And good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the various members of the departments that have joined us. You're all welcome to this morning's Portfolio Committee meeting. Najira, may I request to just check with you that we're correct to proceed first?
Good morning, Mr. Suprati. We're correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. May I request, Hajira, that you flight the agenda, and whilst flighting the agenda, also then take us into the apologies that we have received for today's meeting.
Good morning, members. The apologies we have for today's meeting is the apology from the Minister, who has a prior engagement and also as indicated the chairperson of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. Hajira, I'd like to also then note the apologies. I just want to check if there's anybody from the DM Gongobela, Deputy Minister. You're most welcome to the meeting. I don't see the Minister on the call. Hajira, I'm assuming that we didn't get an apology from the Minister.
The Minister apologized, Mr. Suprati. I've mentioned he's at a prior commitment. Thank you.
My apologies, I didn't catch that. Thank you so much. I also wanted to welcome the DG of Comms is here, and I also extended an invitation to GCIS, particularly around item on the report from the South African Human Rights Council. If colleagues have read the report, it speaks to the lack of sufficient communication, and I thought it was important that GCIS be represented. DM Moralan has therefore sent an apology. He's in Kenya and he's unable to join us, but the team from GCIS has joined us. I know I spoke to Nomonde. I see Nomonde is here. Thank you so much, Nomonde, for bringing your team and joining this meeting at such short notice. I thought it would be important to have both DCDT and GCIS on the platform when we engage the report on the South African Human Rights Council on the issue of the 2021 insurrection and the reports on that day. So you're all welcome to the meeting. Noting those apologies, let me then also record that we've had two, the MKP has Honorable Honorable Ndlela and two colleagues have left us, and I think Honorable Shabaleng will be rejoining us. I'm not too sure if Honorable Shabaleng is on the call, but in his absentia, let us also then welcome back Honorable Shabaleng to the Portfolio Committee of Communications. I think those are the new members, only one new member we have. So thank you so much, colleagues. Colleagues, the report, the agenda is before us. Hajira, is the agenda before us? I don't see it. You just go to the agenda. So we have the adoption of the committee minutes, then the briefing by DCDT on the international treaties, the adoption of the oversight report of Gauteng, which we know we had dealt with substantively last week. The report, the content advisors took us to the report, but we were unable to adopt it. So this morning we would like to just adopt that report. I did allow an opportunity in the group for political parties and members to make additions to the report if they felt the report was not complete. So when we come to that item, maybe we should deal with that item as, okay, we'll come to that item. And then we're going to deal with the report. May I then suggest, Hajira, will make that item number 4, the adoption of the oversight report, we'll make it to number 4, because I would like to take the international treaties and the South African human rights back to back. And then we will deal with the adoption of the Gauteng report together with the adoption of the other outstanding reports right at the end. Okay, so make, thank you. And we'll take the Human Rights Council as 3. Thank you so much. I think that would be more appropriate. Those will be my additions to that proposed amendments to the agenda. Colleagues, can I get your support for us to adopt this agenda that is before us?
I move, Chair.
Honorable Matafa. Honorable Ngobese, thank you so much for moving. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. I second.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matafa. Colleagues, thank you so much for the adoption of that report. Now we will get into the first item, which is receiving a report on international treaties that our country ought to have entered into through the that is relevant to the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. I think this item did come up before us once during the 7th administration, but I think today's report, if you have been through it, will be a very more pointed report. Without further ado, let me then invite DM Gungubele for your opening remarks, DM, and then to direct your team for the presentation of this morning's report. Colleagues, as I invite you, we will be doing the reports back to back. We will do the international treaties. Then we will also take the report on the South African human rights. Then we will engage the reports. The time allocated for the presentations is at the maximum 30 minutes per presentation, and then that will allow us sufficient time for engaging the reports, because we also have 2 reports of the committee to adopt thereafter. DM Gungubele, the platform is yours, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, DM.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Members and the entire team of Parliament, and together with the team that is accompanying me, led by the DG. Honorable Chair, as you have already made some remark, we would like to indicate that we are ready to submit the proposed bilateral memorandum of understanding for the following countries: Cote d'Ivoire, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Uganda, at some time. These agreements present us with a valuable opportunity to share experiences, expertise, and to collaborate on projects and in our international work. We look forward to being able to ratify these agreements soon. Secondly, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the Department will be submitting this a large number of multilateral agreements for ratification, including the World Radio Communications Conference Final Acts of 2023, which deals with the critical issues of spectrum and its allocation to different uses across different regions of the ITU. Honorable Chair, these applications include spectrum allocation for air and sea navigation and communications, mobile telephony, terrestrial broadcasting, earth observation, astronomy, satellite-based communication, emergency services, community radio, and military use. The updated World Radio Conference Final Acts respond to changes in the demand for the use of spectrum and the application of new technologies. It will continue to ensure the efficient use of spectrum globally and will help to avoid interference. Chair will also be submitting outstanding amendments to the basic text of the Universal Postal Union, which require ratification or accession. We do accept that there is some kind of backlog here, and would like to express our regret in that regard. These date back to 1994. We'll therefore like to request your indulgence so that we can be completely up to date in terms of our status with respect to UPU Constitution on general regulations. With that plan,
Honorable Nkobese, can you please mute? Thank you.
Thank you. With us plan to submit these amendments to these multilateral treaties later this year, to both houses, I beg your pardon. This will reaffirm the country's commitment to multilateralism at a time when the international community is increasingly beset by divisions and the increasing enticement towards unilateralism by the strongest countries. Further, it will be an endorsement in our view of the UPU as an international organization, in fact, the second oldest one. We would like to underscore the important role the UPU plays in assisting national postal operators to interconnect seamlessly with fellow posts around the world, with universal services as one of its fundamental values. This has always been a key role for the Union, They have led the way in digitalizing postal services and in developing technology solutions to assist with the modernization of the postal service. This is a platform where the post can develop shared solutions, products, standards, processes, and manage relations with key stakeholders such as air freight providers, custom and security, financial service providers, and within e-commerce value chain. The modern post, Honorable Chair, is essentially now a commercial parcel business that also delivers letters. It is also a platform for sharing best practices and experience. And at that point, I would request, if you so indulge, the DG to actually take over the ropes and lead the entire team in getting to the details of every piece of paper we're here to present. Thanks.
Thank you, Dion. DG?
Thank you very much, DM, and a very good morning, Honorable Chair, to the honorable members. I'd like to also join you in welcoming the new members to the Portfolio Committee, and we look forward to being held accountable and working together in serving the people of South Africa. Chair, I'm going to request if Zayton can assist me. I'd like to perhaps, as the DM alluded in his opening remarks, just to give or to refresh the members with regards to the MOUs that we presented last year, February, for this in this August House. Chair, unfortunately, up until now, these have not yet been tabled to the ATC, and we are humbly requesting if then the Secretariat can assist us in as far as fast-tracking the tabling of these to the ATC. It is difficult for us to commence with the implementation of these MOUs with our counterparts until such time that they have been tabled and we've received the ATC notification. Zayton, would you be able to put up the first MOU with, the first presentation on the MOUs, please? Thank you very much. And I'm not going to be very long, honorable members. And as I said, this is refreshing of what we had presented last year. Suffice to say, the reason why we're tabling these, whilst they are technical in nature, it's on the premise of the Constitutional Court ruling of 2015 that negated us to say all international agreements must be tabled in Parliament. So we're doing this in accordance with the Section 231 of the Constitution, whilst obviously it needs to be amended, the particular section related to ensuring that, therefore, even technical agreements in nature are also then tabled before Parliament within the reasonable time. If we can then move to the next slide, and I'd give you basically the list of the MOUs that we had tabled previously. As indicated, and DM alluded to this, it's the Memorandum of Understanding with Côte d'Ivoire on cooperation in the fields of telecommunications, ICT, and that was signed in 2021, as well as the MOU on cooperation with the Kingdom of Saudi. And then the next one is with Uganda, the Republic of Uganda, that we concluded in 2023. And then lastly, it is also with Singapore cooperation in the field of communications and ICTs, which we concluded in May 2023. For this year, honorable members, there are still then two more that we are, and we will wait until the end of the financial year to be able to table those as well. They've just been recently signed. With regards to just in terms of the overview, and I'm not going to go in line by line, as indicated was previously, but suffice to say that our intent with regards to our international bilateral is that we identify the strategic node of countries where we consider them as regional markets for expansion. And by and large, this is in the interest in terms of not only broadening the cordial relationships with ourselves and ensuring further cooperation in multilateral institutions, but it is more strategic partnership, especially for our private sector as well as the SMMEs. So we would want to ensure that we are able to promote the South African business as well as the business institutions in those countries, as well as further into the regions of which where they're at. So that was in essence the partnership with Cote d'Ivoire. I must indicate here that our interest has been, and you'd see that a lot of South African companies, especially in the areas of software development as well as platform economies, they are quite active in that area, and we see therefore greater opportunities for us to expand, and especially for your SMMEs as well. Next slide. If you then look at on Saudi, our interest within Saudi being obviously one of the leading countries within their regions has been on the programs that they've done in terms of the e-government, what we consider the digital transformation or digital government, and as well as the smart cities. Also the deployment that they've done in terms of the broadband. We would like to basically learn on the tools that they have got. They basically able to connect obviously spatial, rural, not rural, but spatial areas within their country. And we would like to learn from that. We're also keen to have more investment in terms of the data centers, as well as then the internet and cloud applications. And that also includes satellite communications as well. Centec, as you would know, has been tasked with regards to the rolling out of the satellite for communication services in the country, and they've identified Saudis amongst the other markets of which then we could look at lessons as well as technical expertise as well. If you then move to the next, which is then Uganda. Uganda is within our market. You would note that a number of South African businesses are already got presence in Uganda. And similarly to the Cote d'Ivoire, our interest is then obviously the expansion of your broadband networks as well as the deployment. We're seeing a great opportunity in terms of collaboration, in terms of the DigiTech platform. This means basically a more wider market for our tech entrepreneurs to be able to sell their products and services and solutions into the wider continental and ICT market in the region. And this obviously is at the back of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Last on my list, honorable members, is on the MOU with Singapore. This again is an exchange with regards to the best practice. So we know that Singapore, in fact, perhaps is in terms of the history, even for all of us, is that South Africa and Singapore were one of the first developing countries to submit filings for orbital slots under the ITU. That was way back in the 80s. Obviously, by then Singapore had advanced, but then they had extended a hand to South Africa to say we could possibly look at a shared launch of a satellite initiative. Unfortunately, we did not take that up, but nonetheless, in 2023, we explored further collaboration with regards to these digital technologies. We're also then seeing great opportunities in as far as sharing, as well as sharing solutions on digital applications, as well as promotion of the digital technologies. And also, apart from the AI, as well as robotics, what we're also seeing is that they're also one of the greatest markets where they've been offering training and as well as capacity building programs. So we would like to also extend and take those up, especially in the areas related to your platforms, as well as other wireless communications, including obviously cloud as well as data centers. So that in essence, honorable members, is again, the overview with regards to these MOUs which we have tabled. Our kind request, honorable members, is if then these MOUs could be tabled at the National Assembly in order for the ATC to be issued. And our counterparts have been waiting for us to commence with the implementation. Unfortunately, as I said, due to that particular court order, we can only commence with the implementation of our programs with our counterparts once we've received the ATC. With that, Honorable Chair and members, I'm going to ask for the second presentation. This presentation was shared with the honorable members. It then talks in terms of, again, providing the overview with regards to the multilateral agreements that we do have, and the international treaties that we've entered into. I'm going to invite the DDG as well as Mr. Jim Patterson to take us through. I'm going to also humbly request that they also be very brief in the presentation, owing to the fact that when we're still going to deposit the actual documents in terms of the final acts and treaties to Parliament later on this year. So with your permission, Chair, may I then invite the DG Shelembe and Mr. Jim Patterson to take us through these multilateral treaties. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, for your presentation, your brief presentation. DG Shelembe, the platform is yours.
Very good morning, Chair and honorable members and colleagues on the platform, and good morning to the DM as well. I'm not going to take time introducing this presentation, Chair. I'm going to invite straight away our expert on multilateral treaties, Mr. Jim Patterson, to take us through. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to the honourable members and to the Deputy Minister and DG and DDG Shelembe as well. Okay, I think we can go to the. So basically, we're going to be covering just the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference, but there's no outstanding treaties there. But we will just touch on it because the World Radio Conference belongs to the ITU family. And then we'll deal with the Universal Postal Union. And the DG has obviously already addressed the bilateral agreements that were tabled in 2025. Okay, well, not tabled. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. I'm not seeing the next slide. Our colleagues saying, oh, okay, there we are. All right, I think we've already covered this. The DG already made reference to the relevant parts of the Constitution that deals with international treaties. So if we look at the ITU, also we won't spend too long on this, but it's just to state that this Plenipotentiary Conference of the ITU is the main decision-making body of the ITU, which would be responsible for any amendments that were made to the Constitution or the Convention or the general rules of the ITU. And it sets the priorities for the ITU's work. I think what's interesting about the ITU at the moment is that since 2010, they have not actually changed the Constitution or the Convention or the general regulations. And I think this is probably deliberate because in the ITU, once you adopt the amendments to the basic texts of the ITU, the basic treaty, then it's automatically assumed that you have also ratified the administrative regulations of the ITU, which actually includes the World Radio Conference. But in this case, I think what would be more poignant would be the fact that the international telecommunications regulations were agreed in 2012 in terms of the procedures of the ITU, I should say, but a lot of countries did not agree, and therefore it ended up being quite a controversial treaty. So I think probably the reluctance to adopt any changes to the Constitution and Convention of the ITU actually reflects a reluctance to ratify the international telecommunication regulations by default. So we have a complicated situation in the international environment in terms of those regulations, because it means some countries are still operating with a set of regulations from 1988, and other countries have adopted the 2012 International Telecommunication Regulations. So in between, you will have, I think, the dominant economies are probably the ones who didn't adopt in 2012. So it does present some difficulties, and there are ways of working around this. But I just thought I would flag that as an interesting reason why probably there's been no changes in the ITU Constitution and Convention and general regulations. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so for the World Radio Conference, the last one took place in 2023. So we would like to adopt the final acts of this. And the World Radio Conference final acts is really an update on the ITU radio regulations. And the functions of this is really to ensure the efficient and effective use of spectrum, to ensure that there's no interference between the different uses of spectrum and the different users of spectrum, including according to the regional, the three regions of the ITU relating to, well, it's 4 regions now relating to spectrum use. So it's really to make sure that there's no interference between countries and regions and between the different users of spectrum, including critically the global users like air navigation and sea navigation and emergency rescue and so forth. We can go to the next slide. And there's also procedures then put in place for countries to resolve instances of interference between different administrations. And this is dealt with by the Radio Regulations Board if they can't be dealt with immediately between the two countries. And there's new applications for radio communication technology all the time. And there's always changes in the demand for the use of spectrum. And I flagged some of the different uses. We have, obviously everybody knows mobile communications, broadcasting, air and sea navigation, emergency services, satellite, Earth observation, amateur radio, astronomy, police and military. These are all different uses of spectrum that require allocations and changes in allocations regularly because of the differences, the changes in demand and the application of new technologies. We can go to the next slide. So these are just some of the decisions that came out of WRC3. I won't dwell on these too much because as DG did indicate, we would be coming back later this year with the formal presentation to facilitate the consideration and adoption by the committee. But I think, as usual, we have some work around the international mobile telecommunications to look at what additional spectrum they can achieve and to look at areas such as Wi-Fi. There's the high altitude platform stations as well, who have needs for new spectrum, and they assist in terms of connectivity for underserved areas, especially rural and remote areas where there's not much infrastructure. And then broadband communication was also extended to sea and air use for transport, and regulatory provisions for interference management mechanisms were put in place to allow stations in motion on aircraft and vessels to communicate with both geostationary and non-geostationary satellites. Okay, we can go to the next slide. And terrestrial broadcasting was also considered, and measures put in place to protect broadcasting services in some of the bands that were used by some countries, as well as also allowing for a rebalancing of the use of international mobile telephony. And then we also looked at the very high frequency spectrum for the aeronautical mobile satellite service, which allows aircrafts to be in touch with air traffic controllers everywhere, especially in oceanic and remote areas which have limited communications. I think this was really an area which developed a lot after the disappearance of the Malaysian aircraft some years ago. And then scientific agenda items, we looked at the transmission of scientific data and the collection of it, and additional allocations were made for exploration satellite services to provide unique information on the physical properties of Earth and the atmosphere, and broadband communication downlinks that will enable the transmission of future scientific data. Then we can go to the next slide. For space services, regulatory actions were also put in place for inter-satellite links to be making available data in real time and enhancing the value of instrument data. This is assisting with weather forecasting and disaster risk reduction. And then also we looked at improved procedures for the protection of national planned orbital resources. And then lastly, we looked at satellite-related issues for restoring degraded orbital resources. These are orbital resources where there's interference from other satellites. And this has then now provided an opportunity for a number of administrations, including ourselves as South Africa, to have better opportunity to provide satellite broadcast services to our population. Okay, and then I've just put in here the procedure that we'll follow to try and, this is a normal procedure, it's a standard statutory, I should say, procedure. So we go to Justice, we go to DIRCO, Chief State Law Advisors, and then we go to the FOSSAT cluster, culminating in the DG's cluster. Then this is the Cabinet Subcommittee, Cabinet. And then from there, the Minister can write to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. And then from there, it would normally come to the committees, and often we'd be requested then to present. We can just go to the next slide. Okay, and then on the on the Universal Postal Union, as the Deputy Minister indicated, this is the second oldest international organization worldwide in the UN system. In fact, the oldest is the ITU. So they both have their unique features and characteristics. So the UPU is essentially what it does is it provides a system where national postal operators are able to interconnect and intercommunicate globally. So all of our designated postal operators become part of a global network, and essentially what's described as then a common single universal postal territory. So that's the idea of the UPU, and I guess it's very, very important for designated postal operators, because in this day and age, in the age of e-commerce especially, their competitors like major courier companies are able to operate in more than one country. So they have more control over their supply chains and delivery systems. Whereas within the postal community, the designated postal operators depend on each other. So it's very important to have rules and accounting procedures and common technology standards and technology solutions and agreed regulations and products, so that customer expectations can be met. And at the same time, there's always a need to then assist countries to modernize and develop new products and improve and enhance their systems. So we can go to the next slide. So similarly with the ITU, UPU meets every 4 years. And I think just to mention then that in line with the rapid changes in the postal environment, and because of the potential growth opportunities offered by a more inclusive sector, there's been many recent efforts, I would say, to try and reform the postal union to make it respond more quickly to developments in the postal sector and to the needs that are identified amongst designated postal operators and member states to be able to improve postal services and strengthen their offerings to the public. So for this reason, because of the emphasis on trying to reform and improve the UPU and also to make it more inclusive, in fact, there's been a number of extraordinary congresses in addition to the usual congresses. So it's been quite a tumultuous time in the UPU to try and collectively respond to the global challenges facing the postal sector. And these global challenges are really around the increased competition from the private sector and the need to be able to position the post within the e-commerce environment, because without doing that, if the postal sector doesn't do that, then it's not going to be a successful business. Then we can go to the next slide. Yeah, I've already mentioned the part about how it develops products and regulations. So the UPU provides a kind of global forum where through the Postal Operations Council in particular, where designated postal operators can collectively work to identify needs for new products and regulations and standards and accounting practices. So there's that work together, and this is supported by the technology capabilities of the UPU, which is able to produce very efficient technology solutions at a cost that's well below market value historically. So it's able to put the post into a position where it can compete globally. Yeah, so for South Africa, this is also terribly important because of the role of SADC as a regional partner, or as I would say, a hub for the sub-region. So most of the traffic for SADC and some other African countries came through SAPO, through its sorting in Johannesburg. Unfortunately, I think in recent times, the performance here has diminished a lot. Some of these problems were from SAPO itself, but more recently, they've had a problem of the diminished role of the South African Airways, which was quite prominent in the region. So it's impacted on SAPO's role as a regional hub and affected its volumes in that sense. Historically, SAPO is also, or has even recently been, a beneficiary of the Quality of Service Fund of the UPU. And this fund is a system whereby posts are able to accrue resources based on meeting their performance targets in terms of delivery of mail. And these funds are then, through agreements, invested into projects with the UPU to assist the post to continue to improve its services in infrastructure, in technology and service offerings. So it was really an incentive and a system that was put in place to help the post improve. Members also benefit, I mentioned this already, the Postal Technology Center, which develops products for its members at very competitive rates. And these technological developments are in line with the needs that are expressed by the operators themselves. And I would say that the UPU has also digitized every aspect of the postal delivery network, or enabled its digitalization. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. So these are all the outstanding amendments that have taken place to the treaties of the UPU, dating back to 1994. 1998 was excluded because we did ratify that year, apparently. So those are the constitutional parts, and then there's the general regulations part, and then the Postal Payment Services Agreement. And as you can see, like 2019, 2022, 2023, we had 2 extraordinary congresses in between, and 2018. So we had 3 extraordinary congresses that have taken place since 2018, in addition to the normal congress. And this was, in a sense, also reflecting discussions in the UPU to try and shorten the decision-making cycle. So it could be, the organization could be more responsive to the needs of members and not wait for a plenipotentiary conference to take place and then run the risk that an agreement is not reached and then you have to wait another 4 years. So they tried to be more focused by allowing for these extraordinary congresses. Then we can go to the next slide. So, in the process of realizing the extent of our outstanding work, our first trepidation was that the understanding that you would need to be able to show the presidential minute that you had for all of those agreements having been signed. And we weren't really sure about anything from 2008 and prior to that. And we had requested support from colleagues in our ministry, not under this minister, but under one of the previous ministers, to check all their files and to see if we could find any of these minutes. And they tried and they could not find them. And then we went to the presidency because they have a record of all the minutes that are issued. And they even searched the files in their basement and they were not able to also secure any of those presidential minutes. So then when in discussing the ratifications with UPU Legal, we had thought of the option of acceding to treaties in instances where we did not have presidential minutes, but that for them was not a viable option because they already had on their records, which are available to their membership, that we had signed, and those signatures were recognized by the UPU. So, so for us, then we went back to the Chief State Law Advisors, and they indicated that the UPU was right to insist on the ratification. And they further explained to us that, in their opinion, which to some extent seemed to contradict the previous opinion, but it took that into consideration. And it indicated that the ratification of agreements should still be possible, as agreements requiring ratification are binding on the Republic only after the ratification thereof, and not on signature. So signature in this instance was only an indication of our willingness to be bound, to our willingness to ratify, and it's not binding in itself. So that was the opinion, and therefore the legal advice was that we can still proceed with the ratification of these treaties, even without the copies of the presidential minutes. And to us, this made sense because the ratification process, as you would already know, is already a rigorous one, an extensive one, with a lot of engagement and consultation involved. So I think this has cleared the way for us to proceed. We can go to the next slide. So this just deals quickly with some of the outcomes of the different congresses. I won't go through all of them because, as DG indicated, we will be coming back. So let's just proceed. Go to the next slide. I think I just wanted to capture some of the more interesting, more recent developments. So in terms of the Addis Ababa Extraordinary Congress in 2018, this was where we took steps to look at the reform of the union. This had been something that we'd attempted in the 2016 Congress, but it required far more engagement and consultation. And the key part here was the Postal Operations Council, which I mentioned a few times already, was reformed to make sure that we include more developing country and African participants. So it was aligned more like the Council of Administration, which is the body where governments come together and oversee the work of the UPU. But in the case of the Postal Operations Council, it's normally the designated postal operators that participate. And I think the way the elections and the nomination of countries to participate in the Postal Operations Council was not, it was a very opaque system. So it was aligned after this Congress to make it more like the Council of Administration, where you have regional representation. So it was more closely aligned and more transparent. And as a result, more developing country and African countries are participating in the Postal Operations Council. And in 2019, we were dealing with the issue of remuneration. So this is a system whereby countries pay each other for delivering each other's mail. So, for example, when international mail arrives in South Africa, there's also a payment associated with the delivery of that mail by SAPO and vice versa. So this is an accounting practice. What had happened was that there were some proposals to try and change this system to make it more performance orientated and to make the costs more competitive in the market, basically cheaper. But the proposals did not work well. And I think the first country to object, and they did so very vehemently, was the USA. And they threatened, in fact, to leave the UPU. It was actually at the time of Trump's first administration. So you might remember quite a while back, I think the USA had been threatening to leave some multilateral organizations such as UNESCO. So that was also threatened here. So while many countries objected and urged the USA not to leave the multilateral system as it pertains to postal, we also realized that, in fact, the issue they were objecting to was also impacting on us when we started studying the numbers. And in fact, we ended up being quite supportive of their position because it was also benefiting SAPO. So that was it was a very tense time, but it was the outcome suited us. And I think since then, there's been more work around remuneration to make it a bit better as well for going forward for countries that have the kind of geography and disbursement of population. So like South Africa, like many African countries, we have a big land mass and diverse populations. So often when mail arrives in this country, there's quite a lot of work still to make sure that it gets to all the different areas of the country, including internal flights. I think for European countries, the population is much more urban and it's much quicker to be able to deal with the geographical issues. So this was a reason why some countries had a different view around this issue. Okay, can we go to the next slide? And in Abidjan, we looked at the question of opening up the postal sector to wider postal sector players. So the idea here is that there should be a stronger interaction between the UPU and the different stakeholders that participate in the postal value chain, including, for example, and the best one, of course, for most postal operators is to strengthen relations with online retailers, because that's obviously good commercial business. And then other elements of the supply chain. And then in the Riyadh Congress, that was the most recent one. No, not the most, most recent one, 2023. No, the extraordinary one. Then there was the ordinary one in 2025. So we agreed to these widening up of the postal union, and while maintaining the existing amendments to the structure of the UPU. Let's go to the next slide. And then we have the Congress in Dubai as well. This was the most recent one. And it was really just updating a lot of the work that had already taken place across different elements of the UPU's work to improve the postal network. So I won't dwell on that too much because we'll get into more detail on that when we return. And then we can go to the next slide. So in terms of the way forward, I think the process is the same as the one I just outlined for the WRC. Maybe we'll just have to allow slightly more time just because of the volume of work involved. And we just need to obtain legal opinions also for 2022, 2023, and 2025, because we have for the other ones now. And then I think we can move to the next slide. Yeah, so in terms of the way forward, we need to submit these amendments to the outstanding treaties to the National Assembly and the Council of Provinces for consideration later this year. So we'll go through the process that I indicated, and then we should be ready to return with a package of treaty amendments that will update our status in the ITU and the UPU. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Jim. DG, let me check with you. Are there any additions from you before we move on this item?
Okay, sorry, you asking for DM or myself?
I'm addressing you, DG.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, as well as members. We will wait for further comments or questions to respond to. Suffice to indicate, honorable members, may I turn my camera, sorry. Just to suffice to say that the ITU is actually the most strategically and important global forums where we as member states, especially this department, participates in. You would know the nature of our work. It is cross-border. So the issue of regional harmonization as well as global standards is going to be quite key. In fact, even then, the issues related to spectrum, if I may say, are obviously genesis from the ITU. We go through a 4-year cycle in as far as negotiations before the next round of either the plenipotentiary conference decision-making, or if it's going to be the radio conference. I'd like to firstly also then give an assurance to members with regards to the WRC that we would be tabling. We've done the revised spectrum band. Honorable members, you would know, currently, obviously, the topical issue is the analog switch off or the digital broadcasting migration. So I would want to give an assurance that safely those spectrum bands are secured for the broadcasters. We do see that going into 2027, it's likely that they will still be retained for them. However, the evolution of technology development is posing a threat, and I think come 2032, it may be a different discussion. We therefore need to continue working with the broadcasters in as far as to say, how do we make sure that we preserve these spectrum bands, but then also how do we make sure that there's more efficiency in the utilization of it. Usually spectrum bands are reviewed when then they are not optimally efficient. So to give an assurance, in terms of the analog, we as a country, we have migrated below 694 for the broadcasters, and that particular spectrum band is in compliance with the international. And we've given the IMT obviously for the mobiles as we have auctioned already that particular spectrum above 700. So that's where we are standing with regards to the WRC, as well as that. I think from a postal perspective, honorable members, maybe we did not highly emphasize this particular point, but there are beneficiaries that we also derive from the UPU. We look at the issues of quality of service beyond them regulating us on the issues of quality of service and the standards that we should be operating in terms of the global ecosystem. But we'll also get benefits in as far as training, capacity building, as well as we gain access to the infrastructure as well as equipment that is out there. Where we do stand now in terms of trying to reposition the post office is to ensure that we take advantage of those. Unfortunately, in the past, we were not as active in as far as taking full advantage of the services that are being offered at the UPU level. which would be beneficial in terms of improving and upgrading our infrastructure, as well as learning on best practice in the global postal e-commerce value chain. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, DG. I'm sure members will engage you in greater detail, but just to get clarity, when you came on first, you indicated that the first 4 bilateral agreements, you need those to be ATC'd so that it becomes implementable, so that you can then take advantage of those agreements. Is that correct? So that'll be something that this committee will be seized with immediately to ensure that gets ATC'd. And the rest of the treaties that you've provided us with a time frame by which it will be presented to this committee. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for that confirmation. Colleagues, we'll move off this item and we'll engage this segment when we come back to the engagement session. Let me then get an indication who will be doing the presentation of the report of the South African Human Rights Council. I wasn't appraised as to whether there's someone from the Human Rights Council here will be doing the presentation, or will it be done by our content advisors or researchers? Can I get an indication, Secretariat?
Good morning, honorable members, honorable Chair.
Good morning.
It will be myself that does the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. So now you're wearing the hat of the South African Human Rights Council representative as well. Thank you so much. Okay.
Indeed.
Mr. Maleka, the platform is yours.
Thank you, honorable Chair. I will share my screen.
So colleagues, as we wait for Mr. Maleka to start, as I indicated, when we were initially given this task, I was quite concerned that why is that report being referred by the speaker to us to reflect on, because it really dealt with lots of social cohesion issues, etc. But as we would gather, a lot of this report will talk to the ability of government or the inability of government to have able to communicate effectively at that point in time when it was most needed. So on Mr. Maleka, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I hope my thing is visible and the presentation is visible to the members.
Yeah, it is, but it's sitting on the left-hand side of the screen. I'm not too sure if that's how it's supposed to be, or it's supposed to occupy the full screen.
Oh, yes, that's
But
what I was trying to do. It's a technology issue. Just a second, Chair. Let's see if I can fix that. And let me see if I can fix that quickly, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, so now. Okay, let's share again.
I think that's much better, Mr. Maleka. Just enlarging it. Can you enlarge that screen of yours?
That's what I'm doing, Chair. Is that
Perfect.
better? Okay.
Excellent. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Chair. Oops, I'm on the, should be on the first slide. So, Honorable Chair and members, this report was referred to the committee, among other committees of National Assembly, for consideration, and it was ATC'd for that purpose. In the main, Honorable Chair, I thought maybe I should give a bit of a background that the strategic plan of the committee is designed to enhance the quality of life for citizens through improved governance, inclusive digital transformation, and as well as effective oversight. Therefore, this South African Human Rights Commission report provides an opportunity and the findings of the report to the oversight accountability model the committee seeks to achieve for 7th Parliament. Honorable Chair, the report concluded that the 2021 July unrest was not spontaneous, but a well-orchestrated event that exploited deep socioeconomic grievances and systemic governance failures The human toll in terms of the deaths was about 350 deaths, including racially motivated killings in areas like Phoenix. And of course, the economic impact was approximated about 50 billion in economic damage. And there was almost 2 million job loss or affected as a result of the unrest. The key failures identified in the report include security and intelligence, in that there was a catastrophic policing failures, fragmented and effective intelligence sharing. In short, the state agencies were found to be very ill prepared. In terms of the governance, there was weak state capacity and lack of coordinated command. In terms of communication and misinformation, a marked absence of timely, reliable government communications, social media, and the social media was used to incite violence and spread false narratives, and the state lacked the mechanisms to counter this. And of course, the unrest obviously exposed and exacerbated deep racial tensions and systemic inequality, especially in digital inclusion. Also to say, Honorable Chair, that according to the SAHRC, only 43% of full compliance with actionable recommendations were actually achieved following the report. And of course, there's been quite a lot of significant delays in terms of prosecutions related to the unrest. Now, it became quite clear as we were analyzing the report that the DCDT and the GCIS are central to correcting the systemic failures identified by the Human Rights Commission's report, particularly regarding the infrastructure and governance of ICTs. Now, Honorable Chair and members, I will now focus on the role of the DCDT in addressing the findings. The finding that relates to the department was mainly social media and how it was used to coordinate the unrest and incite violence. And it's quite clear that the role of the DCDT is critical in developing the misinformation and disinformation counter strategy, and that would require the department to work closely with the ICASA and GCIS to establish digital platform regulations and online safety frameworks to counter digital harms. The second identified a finding relating to the department was that there was fragmented information flows and slow intergovernmental communications within that period of the unrest. And of course, the role of the DCDT is therefore to provide the ICT backbone for secure government communication platforms and real-time data sharing. Also to oversee the cyber security capability improvements to protect state infrastructure. The last finding that relates to the department was specific to the limited internet access that restricted public access to verified information and basically deepen the marginalization. And the role of the DCDT, of course, is to lead the broadband expansion through the South African Connect program to ensure equitable access to information, particularly in rural and township communities. So digital inclusion is a prerequisite for an informed and resilient citizenry. Honorable Chair, I will now focus on the issues relating to the GCIS, which is a frontline institution for rebuilding public trust and ensuring the public receives accurate and timely information. The first finding that relates to the GCIS was that the state's failure to dispel information led to panic and fear. And we are all aware that the role of the GCIS, therefore, is to proactively monitor social media trends, to identify false narratives. The GCIS has since capacitated communicators on digital verification and is part of the National Communication Partnership to build societal resilience against disinformation. The second one, in terms of the findings, was that there was weak government communication, which eroded public confidence. And the role of the GCIS really is issuing fake stamps to counter bogus jobs and misleading statements. Therefore, there needs to be greater collaboration with the social media network platforms such as TikTok to deal with unverified accounts that peddle misinformation in order to ensure that communication is coherent, transparent, and timely reaches the citizens. The last one for the GCIS in terms of the findings was that the racial tensions were inflamed during the unrest. And of course, the GCIS role is to support community media and multilingual content to ensure no communities are left behind. Nation-building campaigns must actively address the fault lines exposed during the unrest. Honorable Chair, I will delve a bit deeper into the role of the committee in terms of addressing these findings. And safe to say that the committee is uniquely positioned to drive accountability and ensure the lessons of the July 2021 unrest translate into tangible change. The committee should focus on following the integrated priorities. The first one being on your top left-hand corner, Honorable Chair, the crisis communication and misinformation rapid response, which requires the GCIS and the DCDT to present a joint national crisis communication protocol, clearly defining the roles of all the relevant players, such as the GCIS, the SAP, and the state security of South Africa during national emergencies. The second one would be now on your top right, which is the digital early warning systems, and it's sole responsibility of the department to request so that we are able, as the committee, to get progress reports on integrated ICT systems for real-time intelligence and information flow between security clusters. And then, Honorable Chair, it's safe to say that the GCIS is responsible for social cohesion and public trust, and we would need to conduct acute oversight over the impact assessments for GCIS nationwide campaigns that address racial tensions and build social cohesion. And there's a huge part that the DCDT has to play in terms of social media regulation and platform accountability. So we would need to schedule regular briefings on legislative and policy frameworks addressing digital harms such as misinformation and disinformation. And of course, the regulation of over-the-top services. Honorable Chair, I think for the committee to address such concerns would be a matter of ensuring quarterly reporting in terms of all the issues that I've raised and that relate to the two departments that we conduct oversight over. Honorable Chair, the specific recommendations really is that we should request a joint action plan from the department and the GCIS that is cognizant of a consolidated implementation plan that will address specific digital and communication failures identified by the SAHRC report. So we should religiously incorporate oversight to monitor progress towards responding to these findings in the work of the department and GCIS. And therefore, the proposal would be that we do conduct a biannual oversight that focuses on the progress of the misinformation, disinformation strategy, status on the SA Connect rollout, especially in under-resourced areas, and of course, through the quarterly oversight that I proposed, that we find from the GCIS what kind of communication performance reports they have that counter the findings of the SAHRC report. My second last slide, Chair, is a continuation of the recommendations that there will need to be a focus from the committee perspective to visit the affected communities that were affected by the July unrest in order to assess the current state of digital access in that area and also the effectiveness of government communication at that local level, especially because this would be responding directly to the findings of the SAHRC report. Lastly, Chair, there needs to be regular joint sittings with the justice portfolio to understand the bottlenecks in prosecuting the instigators of the violence, which the report highlighted as a major concern. Lastly, Chair, in conclusion, that the unrest was a brutal reminder of the fragility of social stability when the state communication fails, digital spaces are weaponized, and inequality will persist. Both the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and the GCIS hold the keys to build national resilience against such events. And lastly, Chair, effective oversight by the Portfolio Committee, therefore, will be the catalyst that ensures that institutions are ready, accountable, and capable of protecting South Africa's constitutional democracy. Honorable Chair, I'd like to end there. That's the end of my presentation. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maleka, and thank you to the content advisors for that presentation. So, Mr. Maleka, I assume that you would have received a much more comprehensive report and that you have condensed this into a more palatable report for the purpose of this Portfolio Committee of Communications. Is that my understanding? Correct.
Honorable Chair, you're correct. The report was shared with the members, and
Okay.
what you did was an analysis of that report to extrapolate issues that are more directly relevant to the accountability of the committee. And like I said in my introduction, Chairperson, that the Human Rights Council report was actually, or commission, sorry, was actually shared with a number of committees, including the Justice and I think it's the police as well. So we need to really navigate in terms of how do we then coordinate this oversight that has a direct reference to the work of the committee. Thank you very much. My colleagues can add if I missed out anything. Thanks, Chair.
Let's check with the wise doctor if he wants to add anything. Doc, is there anything that you wish to add to the presentation?
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. Chair, I must say the presentation by Mr. Maleka was quite solid, and it really the essence of what the report is about when it comes to a portfolio. Really, there's nothing more to add on the Chair. What we perhaps could also, if need be, Chair, so just if the committee is so willing, in the next term, we could sort of call the SAHRC, that's a tongue twister, maybe to come and appear before the committee in terms of what has been done to ensure that, the corrective measures have been undertaken, particularly, to the, with the issues that has been raised by Mr. Maleka, affected the ordinary people on the ground. We can do the Chair and program that item for the next quarter, if the committee is so willing. Other than that, Chair, thank you to Mr. Maleka for a solid presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Maduka, and thank you, Mr. Maleka. Colleagues, there you have it. I think the presentation was extremely important for this committee. I mean, I was one of the persons at that point in time who was in KwaZulu-Natal. And I think I would say that I was a victim of what had happened there. In fact, it would have been from my house, alongside my house, we had looters, etc. going. It was really a moment for those 5-6 days. It was every man to himself. There was a total blackout of communication. There was really an absence of communication. So I think the report is welcomed in that context that did we fail at that moment in time? And more importantly, what do we do? What do we need to do as government, as communications, as the communications and digital technologies, as government communication, GCIS? What do we need to do rectify and to improve so that this does not happen. So thank you so much for the presentation. It is well received. Colleagues, the platform now is yours to engage both the reports that we have received, the report on the treaties and the bilateral agreements that was done by the department, as well as the report to the extent that we can have a conversation. We have no one from the South African Human Rights, so we can have a discussion around the South African Human Rights report that we received. I'll give you an opportunity to reflect and then I'll take hands. Maybe I think it would be appropriate to then, before members engage, particularly the second report on the human rights, it would be appropriate to maybe then ask the Department of Communications first, DG, to reflect on that report, and GCIS, and that is why I specifically called GCIS to be here, because I thought that this report and this presentation cuts across both departments and talks to both departments. So DG, if you have not received the report, we'll definitely share the report with yourself and Nomonde as well. So maybe DG Ngubela, from DCDT, can I get your reflections on the report? And maybe what are your key takings from it? Because clearly that places both yourself and the GCIS at the center of closing this gap.
Thank you, Chair. Most certainly it does. Chair, we have not received, we just received the presentation and the report as it's been presented now. But suffice to say, Chair, I think it's important, you're quite correct in terms of the issues. I'd like to maybe touch on them as it was presented. On the issue of the misinformation, disinformation, Chair, we've noted this, and as such, we have been working with GCIS. So I think my colleague will come in afterwards. We've established a steering committee. So in fact, there are two forums that are dealing with this. There's a steering committee with GCIS, DCDT, as well as CSIR, dealing with this issue of misinformation in terms of the monitoring of it as well, and then obviously referring it to the relevant authorities. But because most of the social media, in terms from a regulatory perspective, reside under the DCDT, the regulators have also formed a forum. So this is ICASA.ZETNA FPB, along with the information regulator to deal with these particular matters. But I must say our biggest challenge that we've identified is that because the mandate is cross-cutting or overlapping amongst a number of departments. So in this instance, it would require that if we come up with any form of legislation, we've done a framework, honorable members, but as far as then taking this matter forward, as I said, the mandates overlap with justice. They do overlap with GCIS. And then obviously the regulations with regards to print media also sits elsewhere. So there's going to be a number of government institutions, and I don't think that we would necessarily want to put it into this forum in Parliament to then say there's no cooperation amongst us, but it will require that we basically work on this jointly and then come up with whatever the regulations or instrument for the country. We do see the importance of it, and especially for this year. I mean, we saw it, in fact, last in the 2024 elections, and I think it's even going to be more right now going into the 2026 local government elections. But we're also seeing what is also coming out on other social media platforms with regards to the country's reputation and that of obviously the head of states, and the need for us to strengthen these instruments. We're currently working on reviewing, for example, the takedown of basic domain names that are coming up, and therefore reviewing the time frame that it does take .ZETNA in as far as both the taking down this, investigating it, referring it to law enforcement as well. Normally, the process is quite tedious at the moment, where they will need to just firstly, you have to open up a case, then refer the matter to them, etc. And that's quite a tedious and long term. We're intending to put stringent timeframes in terms of the turnaround, in terms of responding. But I think what we're also identifying is that because this continues, there's a need for us then to really come up with more stringent measures in terms of consequences for one who is deliberately acting on these. So it is on that basis, Chair, that we do see the importance of making sure that we come up with some form of a legislation, as it is done in other jurisdictions and markets, on misinformation and disinformation. On the second issue, honourable members, on the national digital infrastructure, again, there we've noted and we do agree that we need to address this issue in terms of ensuring that the entire country is covered. We do have the SA Connect project. Honourable members, you would know that obviously our biggest challenge with regards to the SA Connect program and the rollout has been funding. So we are currently now busy with regards to phase 3 of the SA Connect with engagements to see where we can look at pipelines with regards to funding and closing therefore this particular digital gap. We are also trying to engage the regulator, which is ICASA in this instance, as far as making sure that those who have got licenses and spectrum, they honor their obligations as well, in as far as then broadband rollout, especially in the rural and underserved areas, and not just to focus in terms of where it is more affluent and commercially viable. And then on the digital inclusion, and I think that also relates to an access that relates to the SA Connect. But the other aspect of part of then the digital inclusion is about the issues related to education, digital skills, digital awareness as well, programs, and we are running those. This year, specifically, obviously, FPP is going to be even very busy again. They've already started working with parliamentarians with regards to voter education, but I think we just need to basically expand that to communities as well, in as far as the do's and the don'ts and how one should act in the digital society as well. So those would be the issues, honourable members, on the side of the department, and indicate that there are some work, but whilst we have identified obviously these hindrances, we have to then collaborate with our sister departments in as far as coming up with proper, more stringent instruments in terms of regulating the issue, especially the issues related to fake news. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me then invite Nomonde from the GCIS. Thank you so much for joining us this morning at such short notice, Nomonde, with your team. Let me then give you the platform to reflect on the second report.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Good morning. Chairperson, if you allow me to switch off my video because I'm en route to my other
That's
meeting.
Fine.
Thank you so much.
That's fine.
And yes, thank you so much. Chairperson, we have received the report this morning, Chairperson. In us having just to quickly browse through, which we will give ourselves some time to really read it thoroughly. Chairperson, we can reflect on the fact that some of the deficiencies that are reported in the report have since been corrected from 2021 to date. For an example, at the time of the July 21 unrest, there were challenges whereby communication was fragmented in general. So we now have GCIS being a member of the JCPS cluster, both at ministerial and at DG level. And that assists us in terms of getting the information on time and really knowing what to communicate and the angle of communication. We are also improving in terms of ensuring that we address the issues of misinformation and disinformation, starting from 2023, Chairperson, whereby we are working. In fact, before we made arrangements that this be a formal steering committee We were working with CSIR and other NGOs like Fact Checks and so forth, just to make sure that we deal with the misinformation and disinformation, which that lesson gave us an understanding that we need to get into a more formalized arrangement. Hence, the DG of DCDT is talking about a steering committee that we have. From that steering committee, Chairperson, the plan moving forward from April is that we're going to get into a formal MOU with the institutions that assist, as the DCDT has mentioned, that we need to have quicker turnaround times, we need to have the takedowns and so forth. So we have realized that we sometimes work more on relationships than things that are being institutionalized. So we are working on having those formal MOUs so that everything that we do, whether the individuals that are currently in the institutions right now are no longer there, but there's continuity, but also there's professional and formal arrangements. So, Chairperson, also we have been working on a misinformation and disinformation campaign. However, we have been infusing it in a number of other campaigns that we've been running as GCIS. However, from 2026, 2027 April, we're going to be having a standalone misinformation and disinformation campaign, focusing specifically on public service, which is your general awareness to all the members of the public, but also to the media itself. So our focus is just twofold, is on media, so that even their own reporting, because we have picked up that some media houses, they run with what they pick up from the social media as real stories that they run in their platforms. So hence we are wanting to focus on media as one target audience, but also to the general public as well. We've also picked up that the issue of misinformation and disinformation is a global risk. And therefore, we have already submitted to DCDT our inputs as GCIS that talks to the work that we do, so that the framework that they have drafted can incorporate that. And the hope is that when the time for the legislation to be developed, that will also be taken into account. Chairperson, I think the other challenge that we have, which I do believe that the committee can assist us with, is the fact that the mandate for social cohesion in terms of the programs is delegated to the Department of Sport, Art and Culture. And we come in terms of communication. And therefore, it is a department that is very key in enabling the communication environment in issues of social cohesion. And we have had some challenges in terms of ensuring that they do their part, because Chairperson, in on earnest, when we communicate, we need also to have programs in place that enables the communication that we do, so that it becomes tangible, but also it becomes realistic to the ordinary people. So we are working with Department of Sport, Art and Culture, but we still have a little bit of challenges in terms of them having to really discharge their mandate, so that the communication that we undertake is fully enabled and we're able to even amplify. I do believe that, Chairperson, in terms of what has been reflected mostly for us as GCIS is more on communication, and therefore we are repurposing the Play Your Part campaign that is normally run by Brand SA, and an entity of GCIS. So we are repurposing it so that it can really assist us in terms of implementation of the nation branding strategy that has recently been approved by Cabinet. Because part of that nation brand strategy, it has got an element whereby we rally everybody around the flag of South Africa, so that we take cognizance of the fact that we need to have a united nation that also assists us to mitigate some unintended security risks. So, Chairperson, we are having those particular initiatives that we are undertaking. We will continue engaging the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, but we are just recommending, Chairperson, that maybe it would be prudent for us to advance that the portfolio committee related to the particular department can be brought in so that it can enable us to be able to be effective in our communication. Chairperson, unless there's, okay, the other thing that we are doing, Chairperson, is the communication now of the progress of the work that has been done by government in its entirety in implementing the recommendations of the July 21 unrest. And therefore, as GCIS, from next week, we're going to be running a campaign in broadcast, both TV and radio, just reporting and updating the nation in terms of the progress that government has advanced on in terms of implementation of the recommendations. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Nomonde, for your input. I think it certainly assists us into better understanding what progress GCIS has done from July 2021 to date. But whilst I'm waiting for hands, I want you to respond to this one particular thought I have, Nomonde, and I'm placing it in your space because you know what's happening at the moment in Iran, and we understand that disaster can strike, a national disaster can strike anytime. And July 2021 was an example of a disaster of a regional nature, but with a national potential. And I think that was what their aim was, to make it become a national disaster. The critical question I have in my mind, having reflected on the reports read prior to this and really internalized, is that if we were to have, is there a disaster communication response system in place? And I'm sure there should be in the legislations. And I'm sure it places GCIS at the middle of it. If there is a disaster, I mean, if you look at what the president did during COVID, he had his Sunday family meetings, and I think we had a very informed population during the way we managed the communication of COVID. But that was over a protracted period of time. People could wait for a period of 1 week before Sunday you get a briefing. But when a disaster strikes for a day or 2 days, as in the case of July 2021, I think it was over 5 or 6 days, there needs to be hourly, daily communication. Is GCIS and is government ready to respond? Does it have a protocol in place to respond in those instances? Can you respond to that, Nomonde? You can have a bite at that, and then maybe we'll then ask DG of CD Communication to also respond to that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, our government communication policy that has been approved by Cabinet last year in October, it includes crisis communication and disaster communication. And as you are rightfully saying, Chairperson, we are at the center of the Disaster Command Center. So we are a key stakeholder within the National Disaster I would say unit. I've just forgotten the correct name. Chairperson, the third arm is the fact that we have optimized our processes in GCIS. So what happens now as we speak, we monitor everything that is taking place as we used to do, but every day, 7 a.m., we then have what we called the Content Hub center that comprises of GCIS officials and key officials of the issues that we are picking up every day at 7 o'clock. And we do the assessment and the analysis, and we are able then to determine what should be the message of the day, which platforms we must utilize to communicate. And we do the same also in the afternoon at 4 o'clock. So it's a practice that we have adopted, I think, since 2 weeks ago. And we are hoping that we will enhance it as we learn some lessons. And the issue of Iran is one thing that is in our radar. We don't only monitor it twice a day, we are continuously monitoring it. And we have the protocol that then says, if the colleagues who are sitting in that content hub themselves, they believe that they need some guidance, they quickly escalate to myself, because we have an understanding with the forum of directors generals that they will assist and enable us in terms of ensuring our communication. And then if at that level we have challenges, we then escalate to the minister, who will then bring in some other ministers. Chairperson, the process or the protocol hasn't been really tested in essence. It exists. We are implementing the process and the protocol, but we do believe that in general, as a nation, we are able to respond, particularly in crisis, in times of crisis. And we are monitoring, in essence, in every hour, what is happening in Iran. And we are even ensuring, for an example, yesterday we spoke to DMRA. The DG of DMRA was able to get into broadcast media and be able to brief the nation in terms of the issues around the oil and the other minerals. So we have the protocol, we are implementing it, and we are hoping that with time we will really master our communication utilizing that protocol, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Nomonde. I would really urge you to, when you were in school, we used to have these fire drills, and we'll all run out of the classrooms and go in a corner, and God forbid anything happened, but we were ready. I don't think the government must be caught flat-footed. I think whatever protocol you've put in place, you should be tested, so that the first time we test it is not when there's an actual disaster. DG of Comms, do you want to reflect on the question that I had posed, that our ability to respond as a country immediately from the communication space specifically in the event of a disaster?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to also add on in terms of what my colleague has indicated, we do have, obviously, as you know, that various clusters within government are mandated to look at these particular matters. At the moment, we do look at it from 3 clusters. Obviously, it's the ICTS cluster, which is your international relations cluster. There's also the justice and security cluster, as well as from the economic clusters as well. And I think because we do foresee implications in all facets. Now, Chair, I just want to give them the assurance. We have our national command centers that basically look at these matters in terms of the threats, led obviously by the SSA as well as the defense, as well as the security, SEPs and others. The department does play a role. Ours is to ensure obviously the systems from both the cybersecurity aspects as well as then the protection of your critical infrastructure. And that includes, honorable members, both your public broadcasting, as well as then obviously the social medias and others. So we do monitor those continuously. And we're obviously looking at those particular matters currently right now. The NCC deals with these matters, the National Communications Command, as I indicated, as well as then the various committees related to that. So they are to give them the assurance to the honorable members that it is something that is very much so within our preview and monitoring on a daily basis as well.
No, thank you so much. Thank you, DG. Let me then allow colleagues to respond. I'm hoping that, is it acting DG Nomonde, you will still stay with us. I know you're traveling, but please don't leave us, because we will now be asking allowing honorable members the platform to engage. I note on the Honorable Delisha, you will go first, followed by Honorable Podlani, and then Honorable Singh in that order. Honorable Delisha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and the colleagues on the platform. Allow me, Chair, to keep my video off. Chair, I'll start with the Human Rights Commission.
Honorable Delisha, I will allow you, but yes, I can hear you. I will allow you, but the norm is not to switch off all the time. We want to see you as well. We are the Portfolio Committee of Communication. So whilst I'll allow you
Noted,
this time, next time, Next time, please, we would like to see you. Thank you so much.
No, noted, Chair. It's just that even now I'm using a handheld device. I'll make a proper arrangement next time, Chair. I see you miss my face. I take that, Chairperson. Chair, let me start with the Human Rights Commission report. The report confirms that, Chair, the July 21 unrest was not just about, one person's arrest, but about a very deep systematic failures, which are born from a capitalist system that continues to keep the majority of our people in poverty. So I really do want us to a large extent to see the looting as a desperate, I admit, destructive, but an expression of anger against a system that continues to exclude them. So, Chair, the report says social media was used, right, to coordinate these violences. But the biggest problem is that our people were forced to rely on these, expensive corporate-owned platforms, and these are platforms like WhatsApp and Facebook for information. And this is because government failed to communicate with them. We must be honest about that. We should ask ourselves, why should our people depend on Facebook and WhatsApp to know what's happening in their own country? What was the department doing to build, or what is the department now, the Department of Communications and Technologies? We should ask a question, what is it that they're doing now to build a state-owned free public communication platform that can reach our people from very poor areas, every poor person in their own language during a crisis like we had in July 21st, and these platforms, they must be able to bypass expensive data that we've been calling for to fall, by the way, Chairperson. And the other thing that the report mentions is that limited internet access stopped people from getting verified information. As the EFF, we have been arguing that poor people in townships and in rural areas cannot afford data. This then makes it, cheaper, to spread a lie on WhatsApp, those forwarded messages on WhatsApp, than to read truth or factual information on a government website. The department also talks about expanding broadband, but when will the department stop protecting the profits of telecommunication monopolies and reduce data cost to zero, so that people can be able to access informations on sites and apps? When will they roll out, free Wi-Fi in township and rural areas? I think it is about time, especially talking about this report now, Chair. I think the departments needs to get to a point where they treat, the rollout of Wi-Fi in townships and rural villages as an emergency. Because I think we are here also because it seems like the data issue is not an issue, like it's not an emergency. And this reflects that it is. It should reflect to us that it has become such an emergency, because maybe if data was free and information was easily accessible, a lot of what happened on July 21st could have been prevented. The intelligence agencies failed, because they had fragmented and outdated information. The department is responsible for government's tech, Chair. So is there anything they can tell us? Are there any technologies that have been provided to ensure intelligence is shared in real time? Because that's what needs to happen. We need now to be able to have resources that share information, intelligence information in real time. And I want us, Chair, to to be honest about the GCIS. GCIS is supposed to provide timely and accurate information, but during the unrest, the government was silent. And as a result, they let the rumors and panic take over. During that unrest, the government went missing, Chair. There was no leadership, there was no communication. The only thing that was there was just panic. The GCIS failed to tell our people in KZN and tell our people in Soweto what was really happening. We must ask ourselves and we must ask them, why was there no daily and direct address from the nation to the nation? Why were they not addressing the nation as the GCIS in multiple languages on community radio stations and telling people the truth and giving them instructions on what to do and how to stay safe? And now they're giving us the impression, the impression I have about GCIS now, Che, is that they're only interested in issuing press releases about cabinet meetings instead of protecting, people in a crisis, because they really just went missing. There was nothing from them. And another thing, Chair, the report speaks about the racial tensions and killings in Phoenix, where we saw Indian communities set up roadblocks and, killing Black people. Chair, the Phoenix murders were a racist massacre. We must see them and understand them as such. Black people were killed simply for being Black. There was no other reason. And trying to pass through an area in their country. The GCIS, that was an opportunity for GCIS to promote social cohesion. But we saw no national campaign from them condemning these racist attacks. They didn't run no campaign to expose and confront the racism that led to those Phoenix killings. They were quiet even then, So we need to be honest about what happened there, and we need to be honest about the role that GCIS played, how they failed, to inform our people, and the Department of Communications. I hear that DDG Nomonde is telling us that things have changed ever since the July 21 unrest, but we cannot vouch for that. We're talking about what happened. They must admit to their failures and tell us. You can't just say things have changed since we lost about 350 plus people as a result of that. And there were billions of monies lost as a result of that. And we have got two departments that were supposed to act in form of intelligence, and they didn't, and the other ones that were supposed to communicate and be out there, to counter the lies that were being communicated to our people, but they failed to do that as well. Chairperson, maybe as far as my contribution to the Human Commission, to the Human Rights Commission report, Chair, are that. And moving to the treaties, Chairperson, you see, Chair, the way I understand it is that our constitution says these agreements must be tabled in Parliament. So I really don't understand how the department could have been so slow and negligent in bringing these treaties to Parliament, to an extent that some of which are from as far back as 1994. That is embarrassing, Chairperson. So we must note that we have a government and departments who are responsible for failure to follow the Constitution. And that should be concerning for all of us. If we've got governments that, fail so dismally to follow the Constitution of our country. They mention that there are outstanding parliamentary processes from bilateral agreements tabled in early 2025. Chair, it's now March 2026. So why has it taken over a year to finalize a simple admin paperwork for these agreements? could this be another evidence? Because I see it as another evidence of incompetence within the government departments. Now, particularly the DCDT or DERCO in this case. I don't know, but there is. If it can take over a year to finalize a simple admin paperwork for agreements, that is incompetence on another level. Chairperson. Regarding the UPU agreements, Chair, you know, the legal opinion says they can ratify the agreements, right? Even without old presidential minutes. Why has the department sat on this legal advice since 2021 without taking action? Kunzima down, like they have, you know, the legal opinion, but they're just sitting on it. For 5 years, they're sitting on something that is there and doing nothing about it. Chair, so the UPU agreement affects the South African Post Office. Now, given that the South African Post Office is collapsing and failing to pay, you know, grants or delivering mail, I just want to know, how has this 20-year delay in ratifying postal agreements contributed to the crisis at the post office? I'm really curious to find out if we are missing out on international cooperation or technology because of this backlog. Like, how is it affecting us as a country and the entity? Chair. So another area of interest for me is, Chair, they also say that they signed an MOU with the United Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I just want to know, what are we benefiting? Is there any, like, you know, benefits, like tangible benefits for South Africans that, you know, that we've seen from this agreement? Like, are we exporting more South African goods and jobs? You know, what are the benefits that we can highlight from these things? Because it can be that we are signing and you know, there are no benefits that we can highlight and say, you know, this is what came out of the agreement that we had. And maybe lastly, Chair, I just want to know the cost of this backlog, you know, financially and otherwise. Has South Africa faced, you know, any penalties? Are there any penalties? I don't know. I don't know what happens between countries when you have a country that would have a backlog of 30 years. So I just want to know if South Africa maybe is facing any penalties or rights, you know, or maybe there's any reputational damage. There's no way that there cannot be any reputational damage on the international stage because of the failure to ratify, you know, these agreements. You have a country that has failed for 30 years, even since 1994. Chairperson, that is as long as we have attained our political freedom. Maybe I should end it there, Chair. Or maybe the last one, you know, regarding the MOU with Singapore, which is a very developed ICT nation. I just want to know if, you know, there are any skills or investments that have been transferred to South Africa. I ask this because, again, you know, these agreements cannot just be, you know, reps of two countries shaking hands and taking pictures, and, you know, and we have no real implementation plan and outcomes, Chairperson. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
Thank you, Honorable Felicia. Honorable Potlani.
Good morning, Chairperson, to the DM and to the meeting. I do beg your indulgence, Chair. I'm connecting from my tablet. Chair, I'm really covered by Honorable Felicia, but I'm sure it would be career limiting for me to be covered by EFF. So I'll just ask a few follow-up questions, Chair. Chair, I think on the first report on the department's bilateral agreements, my suggestion would be, Chairperson, that I also have a sense of information overload this morning. But Chair, through you, perhaps we could request our researcher, Mr. Kulu, just to put together a memo, because these presentations are really dated, so that we are all on the same page as we prepare to debate them once they are ATC'd. I think it would really empower the portfolio committee. And listening to the presentation by Mr. Jim, I think it also speaks to the need for us to really be a bit more aggressive on our role in attending these sort of conferences. The last time we had the conversation as a portfolio committee was that we were going to see if we can find partners where at least one or two people can represent Parliament at those conferences. I don't think we really have moved much on that. It is part of our resolutions. I don't know what sort of plan we can put together, because the world is moving, the department is moving, but Parliament is moving at a slow pace in terms of our participation in these treaties. And of course, I know we've got an upcoming trip to China, which is really a great start, as it were. Chairperson, I'm not sure if I understood the DG on the report of the July unrest. She spoke about the need to coordinate departments, including departments such as justice, but I really do not think I got a sense on who will be the lead department. Already we are dealing with this report a few years after, and one would have thought by now there would have been a bit more movement in terms of ensuring that as a country we get justice for those that lost their lives, and we ensure that we do not have a future event where such things do happen. So I understand that there's justice, there's many other departments, but I still did not get who would be the lead department, and I would appreciate that, so that at least we know who to hold accountable when we have the conversation. Chair, I worry that GCIS is only seeing this presentation today, which makes it a bit uncomfortable to really engage Ms. Mnukwa on this. But GCIS has a mammoth task ahead of them in the age of mis and disinformation. So my request, Chair, is GCIS is held accountable for the failures of all departments to be able to speak on behalf of the country. Whatever happens, we put it back at the feet of GCIS. Perhaps at a later stage, GCIS should come back to the portfolio committee and tell us what sort of MOU, service level agreements they have with all the departments, because it also seems like between GCIS and the departments, there is no cohesion, there is no coordination. So maybe if they could come back to us and really explain how they engage, so that we do not hold them responsible for something that is sitting in one department and which is something that is out of their control. So that will just as for them to really empower us. I hope I'm making sense. So let me stop there and really thank the colleagues for the presentations.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you and to all present at this meeting. Chair, yes, I think I've also been covered on a few issues. So regarding the international treaties, I also do want to second the proposal by Honorable Bodlani regarding a memo being drafted for us. And I think what would be important in that would be all the timelines. Because I think one of the issues most of us face is that there's always the sense of delays. There isn't the urgency that things require. Oh, what is actually true, what is actually factual about the situation? It's very difficult sometimes when we get information the way we do. And I must admit, I also thought to myself, for a meeting that will be a few hours today, we certainly got a lot of information that we had to go through. So I would like that report to come through with the timelines, just explaining some of the stuff, but it is going to come back to us. So I think we'll have and another opportunity there. Chair, regarding the report by the Human Rights Commission, I think I would like to take up the suggestion that we should actually invite the Human Rights Commission in the next quarter, because I think it would be just easier for us to engage with them to get a true sense of some of their recommendations and some of their findings and a better understanding, so that we're on the same page. I also had the same sense as Honorable Budlani as to who the lead department is, because too often many of our departments are working in silos. And this doesn't do anything to help when we've had an event like the July unrest in 2021 to actually be cohesive and function and respond as a government, because we need to respond as a government. The fact that we have different departments is not the point. We need to respond as a government. And I didn't think we did that. And I mean, and heaven forbid that we never, ever want to see such an event in the country again. So there's a couple of things that I'd like to just find out. Obviously, this delegation of social cohesion to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture seems to be a little bit problematic as well. And maybe we need to get a report on how exactly that works. And when it moves from social cohesion in the more general sense and starts involving security of the country and unrest in the country, I think I'd like a bit of a report, even if it's from our researchers on that. Then there was mention that legislation is required regarding misinformation and disinformation, and such legislation is in place in other jurisdictions. So perhaps it would be good for us to be provided with some of the jurisdictions that have good legislation and give us that legislation so that we can go through it. And perhaps we should have a briefing to tell us exactly where the gaps are and what are the challenges that we have, that we can't deal with this as effectively as we should. So that from a committee perspective and lawmakers, we can then try and put something in place to get the process started. And then I've also taken note that whilst this report has come now, we are being told that a lot of work has been done by government thus far. But once we know exactly and clarified who that lead department is, then I think we should get a report where we can see in writing exactly what has been done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Singh. Let me just check if there are any other hands. Honorable Mkhafa.
Chair, also if you can recognize me, thank you very much.
Thank you. Followed by Honorable Mkhafa, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and our officials, DG. Special greeting to our DM. I'm not sure who else is in the platform, Minister. Chair, I wouldn't like to rehash what honorable members have just raised here. Let me start with the question of human rights.
Honorable Mkhafa, can you switch on your video? Are you in a position where you can switch on your video, Honorable Mkhafa?
My video?
Yeah, boy. Thank you so much. You've just come back from South America. We missed you for 2 weeks. Thank you so much.
I'm struggling even today because I've got painful throat here. I'm struggling. Chair, let me start with the report from the Human Rights Commission. Well appreciated, although it took some time from 2021 to be presented to us today. My assumption is that maybe they've released it early and it was delayed within the internal processes of Parliament. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody must clarify us as to when government did receive this report, so that we will avoid the situation where a report will take 5 years before it is engaged on very critical issues, serious matters. And fundamentally, the report responds to exposes social ills in our society. Unemployment, poverty, and crime. It gave us an opportunity to actually deal with such matters. This number of deaths was too much for that period, and even the costs involved during that unrest. It's a matter that we think government must begin to deal with, so that never again that would lose so many lives within a short space of time. And I'm emphasizing that point because it's disastrous if a country would simply lose such number within a short space of time. I mean, I'm looking at the war that is currently happening, the deaths that are already registered. The second issue is the role of the GCIS and DCDT, which collapsed during that period. And I would like to make more emphasis. We must just agree that GCIS should reposition itself, not only for normal days, but for even to deal with the crisis points in society. If it fails to reposition itself, it means time and again we will always confront this particular situation. The communication, we're expecting a communication with a human face. Communication with a human face, the communication that is directly linked to a societal development. Understand exactly what is happening in society. It acts as intelligence for the country, so that it rings alarm even before some incidents takes place. That's what we're expecting from such communications. And that's why the origin of any communication, whether it's digital or industrial electronics, is the military. And I'm happy that we are beginning an integrative process, so that you don't respond in silos, but you respond as government in dealing with this battle. It's clear that our police many a times are overwhelmed by the happenings in the country. It's not only the July 26, but in many instances they get overwhelmed and easily overwhelmed, and that questions us as politicians as to how then to reinforce the police so that they are able to contend with their challenges on a daily basis, at critical points in society. The second issue is around the treaties. I appreciate this question of treaties, but I'm looking at the countries where we're partnership with, your Uganda, your Cote d'Ivoire. We can't be ranged or ranked at that level as a country. I understand that the development of each country and its agenda in dealing with this particular issue. There are very critical countries that are well developed when it comes to our work. You don't see the critical West countries, your Eastern Bloc countries, your China, your Russia, your whatever, in terms of this critical partnership. Because communication is not just a neutral phenomenon. communication is a serious political question. And therefore the ideology must govern us, must govern you, must guide you as you move forward. We can't be dealing with neutral countries who don't know, and therefore a partnership in communication must always be informed or underpinned by our strategic objective as a country. I know this question of being non-aligned under the current circumstances, but surely an underpinning ideology is an ideology that favors or bias towards the interests of the working class. And therefore countries that shares our vision must be prioritized by this department, must be prioritized by this department. So that as we develop technology and in communication, we're aligned to what exactly we want to achieve in the long term as a country. And I'm talking about countries that are well developed, that I'm expecting that South Africa is always amongst them in terms of its development. I recognize the question of Singapore as one of the well developed in terms of this sector, but there are other countries of the first world that I thought maybe this department must focus on, so that we're able to get what we deserve as far as the partnership is concerned. Secondly, I'm not sure what is urgent in terms of these treaties for now that the portfolio committee must deal with now. I hear the outstanding issues and what we have not yet done to present these treaties to Parliament. But what is urgent now, so that we isolate it as for now, so that we are able to deal with that matter urgently in dealing with this matter. But we must not pack treaties after treaties. We must be able to be systematic in dealing with these treaties and international conventions, so that we are not overloaded with work or information like we're doing today. I was listening to the presenter. I could see that there's a lot of information that he has, and he's thinking of us that we might not be able to grasp everything that was said. And therefore, I support the notion that says, particularly on the question of human rights, that we must invite that human rights body, the Chapter 9 institution, to come before this particular committee, so that we thoroughly engage with it. That's all from my side, Chair. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Baka. Honorable Choki Adonis. Honorable Megan Choki Adonis.
Chairperson, please do confirm that I am visual.
Yebo, we can see you.
May I kindly request that I do keep my camera off?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and greetings to yourself and honorable members and the officials on the platform and our presenters as well, and those who are joining us on various platforms across the country. Chairperson, also just appreciating the presentations that have been made. And I think some of the areas of concerns have been covered by my colleagues as well. On my side, I would like to really re-emphasize the element of starting with GCIS in terms of how we can ensure that perhaps even as a portfolio committee, we move forward with a bill or further regulations that can be developed to strengthen the work of GCIS and the human rights, based on the human rights report, especially when it comes to disinformation and misinformation. I think it is quite instrumental and quite critical for us as a parliament to play that role in advancing and fast tracking some of the legislations that can seek to empower these institutions that are responsible for disseminating information, and quite critical information that can really save the lives of millions. When you reflect on the report that has been given by the Human Rights Commission in terms of the responsibility that was given on the communications element, which is why it is being presented to us and why the speaker has assigned it to us to engage with. It would be on the silence, number one, of how information was disseminated to South African citizens. Number two, it was the type of content that was being circulated and distributed to incite more violence. Now, we need to get also a sense from the portfolio committee, the department, or let me not even say the portfolio committee alone. Let me start with the department, the GCIS, and also through the Human Rights Commission in terms of some of the interventions that they can propose and recommend to this portfolio committee to strengthen the work that they're already doing and they have done in the past, so that we're able to rectify the ills of the past in terms of how communication was disseminated. And also, how do we ensure that, such things like harmful speech, we've got that, hate speech, violent content, etc. We've got some of those regulations in place. But I think in terms of disinformation, what is there currently and what legislation, policy framework, or regulation currently exists that perhaps we need to relook at? Does it need further interrogation? Do we need to refine it further? Do we need to strengthen it? Or do we need to come up with a completely new legislation, a new bill that speaks towards disinformation and misinformation to really strengthen what is being put out to the public for consumption? And I think it's unfortunate that what took place during the unrest resulted in lives being lost, businesses being destroyed, homes and communities being displaced. And this was the lack of responsiveness. With this chairperson, and I think a critical question was asked, was to say, who will then take the responsibility as the central point of the coordination of this communication? Will this fall under the Department of Communication? Or which department would it primarily fall under? Obviously, having an appreciation of the position in which GCIS is also placed. And Chairperson, I'd like to also find out from the Human Rights Commission's report, one would want to have a sense of who are the interdepartmental role players, stakeholders that contribute towards the overarching structures that or entities and institutions that contribute towards ensuring that information that is being provided to South African citizens has been sensitized, is accurate, and it informs them in time. I mean, we look at the disaster management legislation. What is the role of that legislation? Where are we integrating the communication? Is there communication that is attached to that piece of legislation? Is there a communication strategy when it comes to disaster management? And how does the department see itself playing a role in its contribution, including the GCIS? And I think, Chairperson, just lastly, I really would like to re-emphasize the better regulations that need to be put in place. I think as part of one of our exercises as a portfolio committee, and in one of my other portfolio committees that I'm serving in women, youth, and persons with disabilities, where we have had incidences of social media platforms that are utilized for hate speech, for violent, soft violence, etc., and dissemination of misinformation or hateful information. Now, where and how can we ensure that there is a level of accountability for those service providers providing these platforms? I think that that's one of the things that we must also interrogate in terms of the regulations. Chairperson, when it comes to the report, and speaking about ratification and the UPU, I do raise a concern when we look at laws in which, you know, international and globally adopted regulations and laws that were supposed to be ratified. And years later, we're sitting without having implemented them, without having them being presented to the Portfolio Committee, to the National Assembly, etc. What contributes towards that backlog? Is it a matter of it's following certain protocols that inform the timelines? Number two, it would be in terms of, are we structuring now going forward a timeline that says that when we are speaking about ratification and the treaties that we're entering into, these are the structured timelines. We must be done with this type of research. We must be done with it being tabled to the Portfolio Committee, for it to be tabled in the National Assembly, whatever may be the processes that must be taken. What are those timelines and what do they look like? Because I think, Chairperson, in this day and age, it's quite unacceptable that we're sitting with laws that must be domesticated, that must be ratified, treaties that we have entered into, and 10 years later, nothing has been done. So there needs to be a level of accountability as well at that level. And on that, with the accountability, who does the responsibility lie with? Who is responsible and who do we hold accountable for the delays? Chair, in terms of the treaties that we have entered into, and I think for SAPO, one would want to know in terms of the balance of, you know, economic scales, what does that look like for South Africa at this point in terms of when we do, you know, ratify? And I think one of the honorable members did indicate, you know, what is the cost implication of the delays? And then also my third question to that would be, what are the cost implications of our membership status in these various member states or global institutions and entities, if we can sort of get an overview. And then, Chairperson, also on the treaties, one would want to know what are the implications on the delays? What in real time? What are the implications? Do the ones that we speak of dating from 30 years back, 20 years back, 10 years back, are they still fit for purpose, or would they be a need for a review in this instance? Because one would want to think that, you know, sometimes we ratify something that is no longer fit for purpose and it's no longer contextually relevant to the climate of South Africa. If perhaps we can get an indication and a sense of how does that look like. Chairperson, I think let me pause there for now. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Choke Adonis. Honorable Chabale, welcome back to the committee. The platform is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning, good afternoon. I think, yeah, thanks a lot for the welcome, Chair. I'm back, definitely, as you can see, but I'm not going to waste your guys' airtime in terms of data. Let's try and preserve that. So I'm going to go off the camera. Chair, I think there's this was a quite packed, presentation, well detailed in a sense, but quite concerning at the same time that we are extremely, I thought we were behind, but I'm realizing that we are more than way behind in what has been happening, you know. One, I think the department is overloaded. And why I'm saying the department is overloaded is the fact that the mandate with regards to maybe the matching of resources is not capably, demonstrated, because the presentations that were made today here clearly illustrate that we have a problem. Let me start first with the, international treaties. which was actually, well presented. And thanks a lot for that on the DG. The challenge with, I'm going to go back to historical context. International treaties are meant to be implemented almost immediately at the time of arrival and are meant to be, especially in the digital and communication space, they're meant to help the country bridge up and use the opportunity to accelerate the enforcement of development, as well as, in our case, empowerment of our people and providing them with access to that digital platforms that are required. But in this case, from a South African point of view, the department has not been able to catch up with anything, really. Now we are in the age of AI, and beyond that, it will be robotics, etc., where, I still don't understand where the strategy lies on how we are going to do this digital divide bridging, bringing our people who are currently the majority unemployed into this digital divide through the department's capability to create the necessary skills, as well as ensuring that the technology that they're working with can actually reach the core of our people. So the question remains is currently what we are looking at in terms of the department strategy, as well as its resources, able to reach this particular objectives? Because when you read this report, looking at what was presented on the aspect of the South African Human Rights Commission in terms of its unrest report, it shows you that there are key fundamental problems. Those fundamental problems arise on the basis that, the report has nicely, summarily, literally given you a highlight of where the key bottlenecks are. And then those bottlenecks are very clear. One is the element of the state's communication. This is something that should have already long been identified, that there is incapacity within the state on the state's communication capability. Digital misinformation management. Most countries have technology already available when they can see that there is an element of misinformation happening within an internet platform space. Security cluster coordination. I don't know at what level. We cannot even measure that at today's relevant state. At what level do we have our security cluster coordination capabilities? At technology level, at the communications platform level, at their operational capacity level, and then various levels that are very critical for the security cluster. You have seen with what is currently exposed with the ad hoc committee within our own sphere of parliament, the issues that are coming out there. It's extremely worrisome and extremely shocking that we've actually had a complete collapse of the security cluster, as well as its ability to coordinate. We have seen what is currently coming out on the Madlanga side of it. What begs the question is, how is the department ever going to be able to ensure that this cluster coordination collapse is resolved, and then there is a clear plan on going forward on how this will be working going forward on a communications basis point of view? Government readiness for crisis, information flows. I don't think it will be, this is something that really we must be honest about. Our state has collapsed. Our capability for the department is currently being really questioned. And what we want to know from our side is, with all of the budget spent, when are we going to reach a level of at least, start off level to say, like, guys, we are on this level now. We are short of 3-tier steps in order to achieve a finalized goal. I don't see that readiness from the government's crisis information management flows, readiness as to what's going to happen. We know we are still in a dark state right now because we are moving from one space to another. And the department is highly overloaded. It's got so many entities, so many priorities, so many objectives. The question is there resources in terms of human resources as well as material resources, people, as well as the money, as well as the strategic focus to able to achieve all of these things? The GCIS question is quite critical. I've said it before. I said, look, I don't understand really the value of what GCIS is providing right now, because other than maybe an internal newsletter of government amongst themselves, what they talk to, especially between communicating activities of ministers, I don't really see where other value. is provided by GCIS. And then I did make a remark that it should actually be just turned into a WhatsApp group and they can provide us WhatsApp related information. But other than that, I mean, the division does not provide any equitable value to what is spent on it. And really, we need to look at it time at some point as the committee to say, how do we reposition GCIS as an entity? And then looking at it from a committee point of view to say, what can we do to drive the value output so that GCIS does not only become a government communications and information system, but it actually becomes an instrument for our people to reach the various services within state, as well as within entities, as well as within the parastatals that are currently within the state that are supposed to be assisting to improve our people's lives. And I think maybe I'm still fresh coming in today, given the fact that I've just picked up some of this information as well in the past 2 or so days, and some of the information is still flowing in. I'm not going to hog and hold up the process, but the international treaties issue is very worrisome. I would like us to see what these treaties are going to deliver in terms of value and how we can use these bilateral treaties, particularly on various levels. We've missed the DTT, the digital terrestrial television deadline. We have missed anything to do with its implementation. We have missed anything to do with its value. We don't even have the economy that we're supposed to have. The model for DTT was based on Korea, South Korea, as well as what was based on Brazil. We have nothing closer to what should have been done on that one, which means we failed on by the what do you call it, the bilateral agreements as well as the DTT models that we could have followed, and the treaties element of it. From the ITU point of view, from the World Radio Conference part of it, as well as the postal union environment. So looking at those things, I'm still a bit, as I said to you, not so sure, but we need to unpack. Today was a jam pack with regards to the presentations. But at some point, I think we need to start breaking them up into individual level and then starting to see what we can do from a committee point of view to give strategic direction and where necessary, be a strong in clarity of our strategy as a committee, which we have already finalized, to doing with how then do we drive these objectives from a from a department point of view. So I'm just going to hold my remarks on that one, and again to request Chair that in the future, can we have an interactive session where we don't ask questions in the ether or vacuum, and then we wait for answers that most likely never ever arrive because they are all packed up into a jam squashed environment where these questions just almost get dissolved in the air when everybody is coming back to give responses. We would like to have an interactive, maybe a session of time allocated per member to look at how they can interact with various presenters in terms of departments. And thank you so much. I'm going to hold it on that one.
Thank you, Honorable Shobaleng, for your responses and your contributions. Colleagues from the department, let me then express my high level, and I think that the theme from the committee is really concerning. In both presentations, there's an overwhelming disappointment that in the terms of the treaties, we've got treaties since 1994 that haven't been adopted. I mean, just to give you an example of this committee, I mean, I recall I went to India and I was required to do a presentation to this committee within a few months. Today, we will be getting a report on our trip last year to Tanzania. So as a committee, wherever we travel, we table a report. There is timelessness, so it becomes relevant and we learn from it. And I think that's very crucially important because all these international treaties and trips cost us money. There's cost of membership fees that we are paying. Maybe that's a question. What is it costing us to remain members of these various bodies internationally? I'm sure they run into millions. And there must be a return on investment for that. And if we have not formalized these treaties, can we really extract the value? We've incurred the cost of travel, we're incurring the membership fees, but we're not getting the return on investment. Why didn't we prioritize all these agreements? I think this was asked. Probably a response I would think is it wasn't considered important. Then why was it not considered important? Do we have or did we have people within the department dedicated to manage these treaties? And if not, have we now re-looked at that? Do we have people that will look at these treaties going forward? Now, can we still benefit from these treaties in the context of the South African situation? And have we lost value in some of these treaties? Can this committee say no to any of these treaties? Because from what I understand, these treaties only take effect from the constitutional point of view if the committee, if Parliament adopts it. Now, if we as a committee sees a treaty that has no value, can we say no? And maybe going forward, colleagues and the department, what assurance can we get from you today that within 3 months of this treaty, etc., that this Parliament gets the report for adoption? That, for me, is the minimum commitment we must hold ourselves accountable for. That would be my reflections on the treaties. Maybe the last one on the treaties, something that's very relevant so that we don't miss it. The next ITU, Plenipotentiary Conference. It's a very big word and we don't even know what it means. Please, when you come before us, simplify it for us. What does this mean, Plenipotentiary Conference? It's scheduled because we are elected public officials. We're not experts in communication. Tell us, simplify things for us so that we understand, and when we speak to our constituencies, we can explain to them what these words mean. Anyway, it's due to take place in New Delhi in this year, 2026. Now, the presentation we got did not indicate what preparatory process the DCDT is undertaking for New Delhi 2026, particularly in relation to developing South Africa's national position, maybe coordinating an African group position, and of course then ensuring that South Africa's outstanding ratification backlog does not compromise our standing or our voting rights at the conference. Now, can the department confirm whether a formal preparatory process has been started? What interdepartment or multi-stakeholder consultation has taken place or is planned? And maybe whether South Africa's contribution to the ITU's budget for the period 24 to 27, whether it is current and it is paid up. So I thought I'll just focus exclusively on the future project because I think that's exceptionally relevant. And as I said, going forward, my proposal is within 3 months, you must account to the committee. As far as the presentation on the South African human rights is concerned, I mean, I want to prefer something, colleagues. We've heard the underlying theme is, and the cause of, or one of the causes rather would be better way, is, and the challenge we face right now is misinformation and disinformation. That's an underlying theme. I mean, I've referred certain matters to the department where there's religious bigotry and religious intolerance. For example, in one particular video, they referred to the God of Muslims as a demon and the Prophet of Muhammad as one possessed by demon. And I can't understand in the South African society, people can so freely speak like this. And there was another free speaking, picking on others, misinformation, disinformation. One person says he's standing in a mosque and I can feel I'm in enemy territory. This happened this month. So this talks to misinformation. It's a problem we are facing. We are facing it across the board. And I think it's going to get worse as we approach the 2026 LGE. And in our last presentation, or I think it was the last or one of the recent presentation, we had a presentation on committee bill. And we heard in that from the presenter there that it takes between 4 to 7 months to process a committee bill. I am thinking that as our tangible contribution towards this, I am proposing that we consider a misinformation, disinformation as a committee bill. We've heard from DG that the department has done a lot of the groundwork, and my sense is if that is a faster route to achieving that end objective, I mean, if you take from April and 4 months, April, May, June, July, August, September, by September, in 6 months, if that is a time frame we allocate, we could come up with a committee bill on misinformation, disinformation. I think that will be a real tangible contribution before LGE 2026, and we will deal with this information of misinformation, something that's very pointed, something that's very sharpened, so something that acts as a deterrent. For example, if you look at in Israel, for example, at the moment, Israel has banned anyone from sending pictures of what's going on there. Why? Because it has a 5-year sentence. Now, that is a very convincing and compelling reason why people should not be sharing. Now, in our country, as I gave you examples, everything is so blasé, people are just going on because the process is too tedious. If you have to go to court, you have to charge, you have to take out cases. Our response time is very weak. So I'm proposing that, and maybe that's something that we can reflect upon, and maybe get the input of the DGs. What is your sense? Do you think it's something that the committee should look at, or should we leave it to your department? And the second comment I really want to make, as far as this entire matter of our responsiveness and our ability to respond to in the communication space, I'm then proposing also within 3 months' time, this is my proposal, that you come back to us, having done all your interdepartmental communications and discussions, before the end of the second term, we receive a proper presentation that South Africa is able to respond decisively in the event of a disaster like 2021. Because it can't be, colleagues, that we receive a report 5 years late already, and now we can't allocate another few more years before another disaster occurs. And as a committee, we haven't responded. So I propose 2 pointed recommendations. One is that we consider a committee vote on misinformation, disinformation. And 2, we get these departments, GCIS, DCDT, and whoever else involved, to come back to us with a pointed response of how have we positioned ourselves tangibly to respond to a disaster. And that's a question, a comment, and I'd like to get the reflections of the department if that is doable. Let me then hand back maybe to DM Gungubela, who I'm assuming is still on the call. DM, let me hand back to you. I know at the beginning you did seek our apology. You apologized for being late, but DM, this hasn't gone down well, that these international treaties haven't been adopted for over since 1994. DM, let me hand back to you and then seek your guidance how you're going to respond, and then we'll go to GCIS. DM Gungubela, are you still with us, or have you left the call? You are with us.
Can you hear me, Honorable Chair?
Yes, I can hear you, DM.
Honorable Chair, I think a lot of issues have been raised by honorable members, but DG, with their technical capability and the team, they will deal with quite a number of them. But what I want to say is that I think the issue of cybersecurity is one of the most serious things, in my view, that have been raised, especially as it pertains to July 2021. I just wanted to say, when you deal with cybersecurity, there are 3 issues that you deal with. It's the distortion of information, availability, and its confidentiality. There is a policy framework with regard to cybersecurity. I'm not sure if DG can look at it, maybe share it with maybe ask Abo Pillay to come and share the framework in its totality. Let me tell you why this is important. I'm listening to the portfolio committee members about the overload of information and not knowing what is happening in a number of international events and other aspects of this work. It is my experience, Honorable Chair, that for oversight to be effective, we must read from the same page. It means we must try to the best of our ability to make sure that the right hand knows what the left hand is doing, so that as we build outcomes and goals, we critique one another on the basis of things we understand. Almost this, it may not be exactly the same, but to some degree of equivalence. And I think this point, in my view, has made it goes back to share to what I said in the last meeting, that there are aspects where we need at times to look at conceptualization of supposed outcomes of various institutions, so that when we critique the performance of any institution, we've got a common understanding what change it was supposed. I think that, to me, those are two issues: the cybersecurity and the big challenge that we're not going to run away from. I think the DG has spoken about that. The intervention of putting institutions together speaks to silo issue in as far as that space is concerned. I say this because I know it's one area that is dedicated to myself. But I think DG will actually express her views on this matter. And I'm saying cybersecurity policy framework could go a long way if it is shared with the portfolio committee to give you the milieu of what of the ecosystem, have a picture of the ecosystem, the milieu, and then be able to even understand what is the role of the DCDT in this area, and who is supposed to be supposed overall coordinator, and so on. Of course, on that day, we must be able to acknowledge what are the weaknesses which are there and what are we doing about them. The second issue is, I think one wants to agree with Member Kalishe that the affordability of communication and the vulnerability of the weak people, of the poor people, to disinformation and misinformation, those matters are maybe we would actually draw her attention to the fact that SA Connect is meant to deal with those issues, to make sure that as many households are connected and the connectivity is meaningful. But however, I will come across as being as grieving. It is against, though, that background that when government says there's rationalization of budgets, I always find it very strange that such a critical infrastructure gets affected, and it's a program of connecting the poor people. Because as I connect, a number of times got affected when budgets are being what to call reprioritized. And yet, to me, this thing of connectivity is just an oxygen, is the modern oxygen of nations today. But I think I wanted to make that point. But there is intervention in as far as cost is concerned. It's not just SA Connect. We've just been presenting to, maybe TG will speak to that. We've just been presenting now amendments to the ECA with regard to implementing the findings of the Competition Commission, which dealt with the inquiry on the data service market. And those amendments are going to go a long way in actually dealing with issues of making sure that small SMEs have got access to the ICT space, and then those amendments seek to obligate conditions that will make sure that there are more players in the space, eliminating duplications of digital infrastructure, and also lessening the burdens of the capital requirement for the small ones who want to enter the space. There's quite a lot of that which is coming, and those amendments, if implemented on time, will go a long way, in my view, to deal with what Honorable Kalisha is speaking about. the issue of late submissions, we've already said at the opening, Chair, that is not one, it's not, the issue of allowing a backlog of international treaties. We have accepted that in our opening, that it's a matter we really regret. We hope going forward it's not going to happen. I think the concern of the members is actually genuine in dealing with that. Those are the few issues I thought I wanted to deal with. And I hope DG will respond on this one of the cybersecurity policy framework. I think if the what to call, if the portfolio committee can be exposed to that, because I am an advocate of openness, transparency when we account to one another, especially with regard to the items that pertain to that accountability. I would request the DG to lead the team, respond to the more technical and detailed issues. DG.
Thank you very much to the GM, and thank you to the honorable members for the comments and questions. Before I respond, may I invite DTG Shalembe and Mr. Jim Patterson to respond on the issues related to the bilateral as well as multilateral, inclusive, I think, of the delays encountered. And the time frame of which we can then conclude on the ratification of the multilateral agreements. Safe to say, honourable members, perhaps we were not clear. We have presented the bilateral agreements to this forum. In fact, we had made the submission in 2024. It was tabled and presented to yourselves in February 2025. So the delay on the bilaterals is not on the part of government. What we are urging and requesting is if then the committee can then process this through then to National Assembly. We had also submitted an explanatory memorandum. However, we are willing to share that information once again and any other information that is requested or required by the members in order for this matter to be tabled and delayed. It does hinder and it is pressing on the execution of the implementation plan. So the questions that were asked about how far we are with the implementation plan, I do not want to lie to this meeting and say we are. We've drawn up implementation plans as drafts ready for us to execute. But all of this is subject then to the ATC. So for us to commence, we are not able to do so in terms of executing the implementation plan until such time we have received the ATC. So my plea, honourable members, if this could be urgently executed on your side, it would be really appreciated. And yes, this is long overdue. And we do not want to have any further delays in this regard. It does also hinder in terms of our reputation, as well as commitments with other member states, as well as those that we consider strategic partners. And I also want to, maybe from the side of the department, to commit to say we will provide you a full list of all our bilateral engagements. We have tabled the previous bilateral agreements that we have entered into, which is quite numerous of them, and we'll be able to provide you a status of where we are with those bilaterals. So it does not limit it only to these that we have retabled today, let me rather say. But there's quite a significant number of other strategic countries that we've entered into bilaterals. And I'm also wanting to say this in case others are also going to watch this as well. And so we are more than happy to share with you the full list of the bilaterals. Others have already been tabled before yourselves, and therefore we're proceeding then with the implementation thereof. And I did say it's in the nature of the business, the nature of our sector, which is borderless, that it is important, and the fact that most of our businesses, small, medium, and large enterprises within other markets that we have to make sure that we safeguard that, we advance it, and also then strengthen those strategic ties, as well as other emerging new areas of interest that we may want to pursue with them. May I invite DDG and Mr. Jim Patterson? I'm going to come back, honorable members, to respond on the issues related to the report from the Human Rights Commission, more in greater details in terms of what we are doing, or what we have done, and what are then these other legislations that we can move on the back of as well. DDG, Shelembe, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, DG. I'm going to just comment on the planned way forward for these multilateral treaties that are overdue. We have presented here today that the process is rather quite involved, and it includes, amongst others, I think we've tabled the steps, but I'm just going to go through them for perhaps better elucidation. The first step is that we need to get a legal opinion from the state law advisors of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. That essentially checks the constitutionality of the treaty and compliance with the SA laws. And that opinion must first be furnished by the state law advisors. Having obtained that, we need to obtain also a legal opinion from the state law advisors at DERCO, that one dealing with the compliance with international law. Having obtained the two legal opinions, then we will be put in a position to approach the cabinet process, which starts off with the DG cluster, whereby these treaties are being tabled for approval, or at least recommendation to ultimately cabinet. After DG clusters, we go to cabinet subcommittee and ultimately cabinet, whereby we will seek approval to table these treaties to the national to the National Council of Provinces House, as well as the National Assembly. And having done so, then it is our understanding that the houses will refer the treaties to the respective committees dealing with these matters, and we will then get an opportunity to present these treaties in detail to the committees, so that they are then properly reviewed by the committees, and then if found acceptable, then a recommendation being made to the houses for adoption. Once that is done, then that will go to the president for the ultimate approval. So that is the process, Chairperson, to ratifying these treaties. The reason for the delay predates my time. I think Jim may have a far better collection as to what has caused these delays in terms of the submission of these treaties for ratification. So I'm going to request Mr. Patterson to just touch on that element of delays. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DDG and Chairperson and honourable members, and DG and DM. Yes, I think there's no way we can articulate this in a way that doesn't look quite bad. I think in terms of the time spans, it is very long. And it meant that there was for us a sort of journey of discovery at one point to realize the extent to which we still had outstanding agreements, and then to figure out what we should do about them, and to try and also understand then the problems that we identified and how we address those. I think at one point, even with the UPU, we had also discussed the possibility of not ratifying all of them. But I think from their point of view, and I should just explain this part maybe a little bit about these ratifications, we're really dealing with one international agreement. What happens is that when we have these plenipotentiary conferences, which I guess plenipotentiary just means a conference of envoys who are mandated by the president or the country to negotiate amendments to the treaty. They have the authority to do that and to sign. Or if they don't sign, then it's a different process. So when we do, so we're really just updating continuously the same international instrument and modifying it to try and accommodate whatever the changes are. So really, the treaty is more about how countries relate to each other and how they work together for the benefits of each other and for the union as a whole, the postal union in this case. So it's really, and how they pursue the priorities they set and how they manage resources. So there's no question of us having penalties or anything like that, or not being able to participate within the different benefits of being a member of the UPU. We benefit fully. We're a fully paid up member, and we've participated always actively. Even in terms of the question of reputational damage, a lot of countries don't have a good record in ratifying. And I think the main reason is because for most countries, not all of them, but most of them, the process of ratification is quite an extensive one, because it is also important, I guess, to do it and have that system of engagement and safety checks and so on. Some countries, they do have it easy, but most have a kind of rigorous process to follow. So I think the reputational damage, it's not something that's normally discussed a lot. I think really it's more for us as a country to endorse the legal framework by which the UPU operates and to uphold our own foreign policy of trying to endorse the multilateral rules-based system as a system which we believe can protect, can protect the interests of developing countries and check the the actions of the expressions of unilateral power can be kept in check through the system, or at least that's what we attempt to achieve. So on that side, I don't think it's a major concern. I would say it's good for us as a country. This is part of who we are as a country to try and endorse and strengthen the system. And for the UPU, when we did engage them, they were very keen that we ratify all the outstanding instruments. And the reason for that, I think, is because it was like the example I gave you earlier. Legally, when you looked at the international telecommunications regulations, in effect, you have two sets of regulations that are current. And it is not an ideal situation because it can create its own certainties, and it means that many of the benefits of renegotiating that treaty were never realized or can't be effectively realized. So in the UPU, it would mean that you would have some elements of the Constitution and the Convention and general regulations that we ratified and others that we didn't. It would, in terms of a legal framework, it would raise some questions, especially amongst the UP lawyers. I think they were very keen to have certainty. I think definitely this does call for some improvements on our side. So the monitoring and tracking of international treaties, I think this would be very important for us to put in place structures and processes that will ensure that we don't allow such a situation to arise again. And I think the issue of capacity, I think the department, it has gone through a restructuring process, and the international unit is one of the beneficiaries of that. I think in terms of some of the key personnel, we will now be able to appoint. Then in terms of yes, so I think that in terms of the timelines, I think we also need to make sure then that we also follow a stricter process for implementing the ratification of treaties going forward. Yeah, I think in terms of the question around SAPO's participation, I think there hasn't been any negative implications in terms of their being able to benefit from participating in the UPU. They've benefited from full access to all the products and services that the UPU can offer. I think we would have preferred that they did more. They've been able to access and participate in the Postal Operations Council fully and engage with all the different products and services that are delivered by the UPU, and also look at projects for the development of technology through the Postal Technology Center. So they don't have any direct implications like that either. And we just hope that they continue to participate in the UPU and make as much use as they can of it. So there's no time frame on the treaties either, as you can see, because we're still ratifying now. I think it's the discussions we had suggested that we should rather ratify everything that's outstanding, if that is possible. And we will try and find a way to make our next presentation more easily digestible, I think, to make sure that we can encourage Parliament to ratify the treaties that are outstanding, the amendments to the treaties. I think we also had a question about the next plenipotentiary conference. I think you were talking about, in fact, the ITU. We are about to start the preparatory process. There's been engagement ongoing in the ITU, so we have people who've been following all the discussions and the debates. So for us, then the preparatory process is about developing our national priorities, and in doing so, we would then also engage with stakeholders. We normally start with internally, and then we engage with the sector, the state-owned entities, and the private sector, and other stakeholders. And key to our work in both the UPU and the ITU, and in general in multilateral work we do, is to then develop common African positions, because normally we have, as a region, a lot of common interests, and that means that as a region we can submit collectively. It gives more weight to our positions, and we can also divide the work up between the countries. If there's especially if there's a lot of proposals, this can be very helpful, and support each other in the debates to try and make sure that as a region, the key issues that we want to advance are successfully done and adopted. So I think yes, that's a key element going forward. And in terms of the contributions for ITU and UPU, yes, we are paid up on those as well. And I think there was a question about the cost of the UPU. I think that is currently set at 435,000 Swiss francs, which comes out at something over 9 million rand. I know the Swiss franc has been gaining ground globally, so it's not so good for our department's budget. And I think there's one of the resolutions in a recent Congress made a recommendation in an attempt to try and stabilize the funding of the organization, because they were having a problem of some of the major contributors reducing contributions. And it was creating a lot of uncertainty about then the budgets of the UPU and how it would function. So there was an idea that that was put forward for countries to be encouraged to align themselves with the UN scale of assessment, which is more to do with your economic means. So countries that then contribute according to their economic size and a few other indicators. And that would then place South Africa in a position to be able to reduce without anyone being able to say anything to encourage us to do otherwise, because we would just simply be implementing a resolution that was already agreed, because we're one of the countries that would benefit from that. I don't feel like I've answered all the questions. Person, if I've missed any, please do call that to attention.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, DG.
Thank you. Maybe just to pick up, Honorable Bubrati asked the question with regards to what does plenipotentiary mean, and to give an assurance, Honorable, I think it's just one of those tongue twisters. It's very common in our sector, like the word operationalization. It gave a particular head of state a serious tongue twister in one of the State of the Nation address. So plenipotentiary is just basically a decision forum or a person being given the powers to take on the decision. So when we then call it a plenipotentiary conference, we then saying that's basically the summit or a meeting where everyone comes having powers to take vote and taking powers to make decisions, honorable members. So yes, it's correct. It takes place every 4 years. Maybe just to add on to what my colleague indicated, I did indicate that it's on a cycle of 4 years, similar to our World Radio Conference, where we deal with issues of spectrum. And in both of those, we actually do have national preparatory meetings, regional preparatory meetings, which is basically the Southern African, and we have continental preparatory meetings, as well as also global. So over a 4 year cycle, following decisions, we already start commencing with then the next cycle in terms of the review, what we call study groups, or the study cycle, towards then the adoption of the resolutions or proposed resolutions and decisions of the next cycle. Honorable Chabeleng, and welcome back. You know, there was the question that you asked about us being, in fact, of course, both a comment as well as a question. Yes, we are overstretched. We were overstretched before, and then now we are even more overstretched because the mandate keeps on expanding. Now we're dealing with issues of AI. I mean, this department started off just dealing with telecommunications and postal issues. Gradually, we moved on to issues of online. We moved on to the cybersecurity aspects of it. We've now dealt with issues of data centers, online platforms, the emerging technologies that are there, all in sundry. And we would never have enough resources as a department. We've done a new structure, as we know, we've presented. There we've got an additional resource under legal that looks at the legislation reviews at a director level. So we're hoping, whilst the recruitment is still underway, but we're hoping that that person is going to assist us in part of then the work is looking at these international agreements, keeping custodian of them and also then assisting in terms of then the fast tracking of them. The second part is that under international, we're currently busy now with the recruitment of 3, if I'm not mistaken, deputy director positions. I think 2 of those have already been concluded, and we're hoping that soon we'll also conclude on the one for the bilateral relations as well to assist and to complement the staff there. We also then, honorable members, compensate still this inadequate capacity by working with our regulators. And I must give credit to especially ICASA, but also FPB as well as DOTZETNA in their respective mandates, that they do assist us with much of the resource. Most of the time is when we do go with in terms of our delegation, we go as a South African Inc. that includes therefore our regulators as part of the South African delegation, along with obviously sector members. And we also rely on the sector members for support. We've compensated this additionally by then looking at what we call associate members. So Linked Center is but one of those associate members in our international affiliated to the ITU. And we work also with SMMEs as well as other association groups nationally. So when we do take forward what we consider as a South African position, it is all encompassing at testing it against, obviously we look at political, socio-economic matters, security matters, but we also fundamentally look at it from the implications on sector as well, and whether or not this will assist in terms of promoting sector growth or it will therefore stifle. We even look at issues of financial implications, because it's very easy for us to say we want to advance in terms of technology, but we don't want to go into a conference like for example, as the WRC, when we constantly look at new technologies as well as standards. We don't want to adopt technologies that we are going to have to come back and look at completely refurbishment and upgrading thereof. So and therefore it's very important when we do sign these agreements, we sign them having taken that into consideration, but we also make sure that we do the preservation of a footnote that indicates that it is subject to ratification by Parliament. And that basically safeguards also the South African interest, where then before we do the ratification, there would have been, as I said again, going back still after a particular plenipotentiary or a world radio conference, where we then come back and look at the implications, and we outline that as well as then the roadmap prior to then the ratification or the conclusion of the ratification. But I must just highlight that we've been trying to build on the issue of capacity even further. As I said, when we do work with the likes of your research organizations, we also as a government, as a collective, looking to really boost our capacity as far as experts are concerned, spectrum experts. If you look at a country like Nigeria, whom obviously we always compare ourselves to, in as far as the use of for example, the radio frequencies, as well as then our capacity and usage. They have over 300 spectrum experts or engineers, and we don't have a number anywhere close to that. Not even with just stretching over the double-digit number. So we really need to increase that across, as I said, government as our state-owned entities, to remain competitive, to also be a center in terms of the research and R&D production as well. Then I want to come, with your permission, honorable members, on the issues related to the report from the HSRC. Honorable Belisha raised the issue of the expensive data, and I do agree with her that, well, even more so, I think, during the period of 2021, but the data has reduced, and I think we did provide you that report, by 33%. It is still not at the ideal level that we would want it to be at. So we continue, therefore, working on an analysis of the data. Our regulator, and there was the deputy minister indicated, we are now introducing more stringent mechanisms in as far as empowering our regulator to make sure that they really look at the issues of reducing the cost of data. Previously, they would have to work in collaboration with the Competition Commission, and therefore it allowed for the sector to play between the two entities as far as then reporting as well as the accuracy of information. The amendments to the ECA, which are going to be tabled before Parliament, tabled to Cabinet for then introduction or tabling at Parliament within this year. So we were hoping that that would then assist in terms of then empowering then the regulator, once it is in law, to be able to exercise and put in interventions to reduce this cost of data. On then the issues, I think Honorable Bodlani asked about who will then take lead. I want to answer that question linked to the question posed by Honorable Chauke Adonis, and both honorable honorable members, they asked to say what existing legislations do we have and who will then take lead. Suffice to say, to give comfort, that the number of legislation, and I think the deputy minister alluded to this. We've got the cybersecurity bill. We've also got the Cybersecurity Act of 2020. Honorable members, we have the FPB Act, which you also passed in terms of its review. And this looks at prohibiting content like hate speech and prohibiting the issues of advocacy as well as hatred that is based on identified groups or persons. We also have the POPI Act that also then looks at the protection of personal information, and again, they're not to incite the issues of violence. And then we also then have the ECT, which we are currently reviewing as well. This is the Electronic Communications Transaction Act, not the ECA. This one, there are specific sections in there that we do believe that we can lift up these particular issues. Like, for example, on the issues with regards to the safe use in terms of internet by all. Obviously, the takedown notice is basically what I spoke about earlier, which now .ZNA works with the ISPA, which is the Internet Services Association as well. And all of that basically looks at the issues of how do we safeguard the online use, how do we make sure that if it is being exploited, how do we making sure that we do the takedown of it, addressing the issues of false information, and then obviously the controls that we would want to put in there in terms of the mechanisms. So we want to expand in terms of that particular chapter to then address the issues related to misinformation. We've also alluded to this in the draft audiovisual white paper, in as far as then the issues of how do we safeguard and how do you act in terms of the social platforms. But obviously the audio and audiovisual is going to take quite a long time. So our then review is then to say perhaps we can look at the ECT Act, but it's also obviously going to be subject to the process of what we do when we are looking at a particular review. in most jurisdictions, similarly to South Africa, Honorable Potlani, you are finding the situation, the scenario of their respective roles and mandates, and this is what we're talking about. So we are going to have to we're still engaging, hence I said there are these various committees. We are still engaging. The most critical for us would be the Department of Justice. It would be the GCIS, honorable members, ourselves, to then basically take lead in as far as coming up with then a misinformation, disinformation, regulations, or even then as honorable member, honorable chair has then hinted that perhaps it could be something that we could look at in as far as coming up with a law or a bill in this regard. So we stand ready to share the information that we have done so far, and what then are the other areas of which then we've identified as needing then the review or strengthening the mechanisms thereof. And that also includes the issues related to cybersecurity, as the DM has indicated for us. We do believe that this obviously we started off with the cybersecurity bill for the country. It was taken over by SSA, but we're still working with them. We do deal with extensively on issues of cybersecurity awareness on the one side, but we're also then ensuring that we are the ones who are the custodian of a public CERT, which is basically your public cybersecurity response hub, which we are working collectively with the private sector. Mainly the banks are there as well, in as far as us making sure that our online systems are secured. And then on top of that, we're also participating, as I indicated, in other clusters of government, with especially the security clusters, in order to beef up on that and ensuring the protection of critical ICT infrastructure. Chair, I'm hoping that I have responded on all the questions and comments that have been raised by the honorable members. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, DG, and thank you, DM, and thank you to the team for your responses. Colleagues, I'm mindful of time, so therefore I'm going to move on very quickly to acting DG of GCIS. And as I invite you to respond to some of the questions raised around the South African the report, Human Rights Council report, I also want you to speak about your relationship with net joints. If there's anything that you want to reflect on, acting DG for GCIS.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, let me start by reflecting on the relationship that as GCIS we have with net joints. I think it's the second year, if I'm not mistaken, whereby as GCIS we are part of the core team of net joints, starting from late 2023. So, Chairperson, including your advice that we need to do a simulation exercise in terms of crisis communication, that we will coordinate through the net joints to ensure that we have such a simulation exercise. Our colleagues, they attend a net joints meeting almost on a daily basis. So that's the relationship that we have, a chairperson with net joints, including the communication work stream of net joints is led by the GCIS. Chairperson, some of the issues that were raised by the members, we really take them to heart in terms of strengthening our strategies, our operations, and our processes as we go forward. The only thing that I would like to reflect on generally is the fact that the government communication policy that was approved by Cabinet last year, it sets out different roles and responsibilities across all three spheres of government. And it generally set apart the responsibilities of executive authorities, of accounting officers, of subject experts, of heads of communications, of MLOs, and etc. What we are working on right now is just a benchmarking exercise that we are almost complete in doing it, whereby we wanted to understand how best we can strengthen the policy, particularly on issues of non-compliance and the issues whereby some related key messengers are not adhering to the policy itself. So we're looking at that part of strengthening the consequence management and tightening also the protocols as well. The policy itself, Chairperson, it defines the work that must be done when we're talking about crisis communication and disaster communication. However, Chairperson, from the issues that were raised today, we will then work with the National Disaster Management Unit to ensure that there's proper alignment. The practice, it is there. Whenever there's a disaster, we are already a core member of the Disaster Management Committee at a national level, at a provincial level, at a district level, as well as GCIS. However, what we're going to be doing going forward is just to make sure that this is also documented in practices and protocols, so that it's not only practice alone, Chairperson. Chairperson, also just to add a little bit in terms of the communication that we underdo as GCIS is on various platforms. However, we have realized in our government segmentation model that almost 29 people of our South African population, they fall under the segmentation model that we call it rooted realist, meaning which is people who are residing in mostly rural areas or far-flung areas, highly unemployed, high illiterate levels as well. And therefore, Chairperson, which is why we have our districts and provincial offices, we also optimize and leverage on having the face-to-face dialogues with our communities. Just as an example, which is not a direct example, but it's something that we have learned from, that just in preparation for the G20, we managed to have about 252 community dialogues across the country. And we took that as a lesson in terms of us having to make sure that we optimize and we ensure that we do really engage with communities, because it assists us to even get into two-way communication, but also to understand basically where the public is at and what are their interests as well. Chairperson, the dwindling budgets based on the fact that the fiscus is constrained obviously is also a contributor in terms of our limitations, because even our budgets that were allocated for next financial year, we had to lose about 24 million, if I'm not mistaken, but it's a figure around there over the MTEF. So meaning which we are constrained in terms of being as visible as we would like to be in broadcast, particularly on national and regional broadcasting space, Chairperson. However, we are really optimizing ourselves in terms of working in partnerships so that we leverage on partnerships that we have so that we can maximize our reach and really amplify and massify our messaging. Chairperson, I would like just to conclude to say the recommendations that we're saying we then need to work on an action plan together with DCDT so that we will then take forward being led by myself and the DG of DCDT so that we provide a clear implementation plan, including what we have already done up to this far in terms of the work that government has done in response to the July 21 unrest. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting DG, GCIS Nomande, for your contribution as well. Colleagues, let's thank all the individuals who have taken part in this very, very robust and important discussion. I really didn't think it was going to take too long, but clearly when you get into the substance of it, there is so much here that we need to do. But I think suffice it is to say that as a government and as a portfolio committee, we must be responsive to the reality that we face as a country. And our ability to respond timelessly, effectively, immediately is crucial. And I think the human rights report gives us that directive that we must hold the departments accountable to ensure that they are at that level of responsiveness. And I think that is our responsibility that we have been given. And indeed, we will carry out that responsibility. We'll park it off here, colleagues. with regards to these two reports. We will be guided by the notes that have been taken and the recommendation that he made. And I'm sure the content advisors have made notes of the various requests that have been made, and we will pick it up out of this meeting. Yeah. So let me thank all those members who have taken part in that. We have got two reports that we needed to go through. The one is we immediately need to adopt that report, and that was the Gauteng oversight report that we had tabled last week, that the content advisors had went through, but we could not adopt last week, and we deferred that to this meeting here. We did in the group allow members to input into that report if they felt they needed to, and I would then maybe just check with Dr. Madupa and the content advisors if there's been any additions to that report, if you want to summarize those additions for us. And if there has been nothing, then I would like to request that we move for the adoption of that report of last week, which is the oversight report to Gauteng.
Honorable Chair and the members, I must confirm that, Chair, there has not been any additional submissions that I'm aware of, at least, based on the committee's last resolution. Nothing has been submitted to add on what has been put together already. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madupa. So, colleagues, there you have it. The confirmation is that the report as tabled by Dr. Madupa last week before this committee that we adopted, and that is the oversight report to Gauteng. Can I seek the assistance of honorable members, a mover and a seconder for the adoption of that report, please? Honorable Mkhaga has moved. Thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. Can I get a seconder for that report? Honorable Matafa?
I second, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Thank you, colleagues. That report will now be ATC'd and it will come up for debate in Parliament. Thank you so much. Hopefully, it will then be sent to the respective entities so that they can start the implementation process. Comrade Mkhaga, I think you can shut off your video. We might just, thank you. Colleagues, I just want to check with, before we move on to the next item, because we do have 30 minutes. At least 20 minutes. And I think we can check with we can get through the presentation in the next 15, 20 minutes that is to be done. But before we move, and I forget, I want to just check if Teminkosi is here, Secretariat, to give us a quick feedback on the proposed study tour trip to China. Is it on? What is the planning? Because 2 weeks, China trip is in 2 weeks' time. Are we going to China? Teminkosi, are you on the call? I know I never brief you, but are you able to give us a high-level feedback, Teminkosi?
Good day, Mr. Subrati, members, and everyone else on the platform. Thank you for that opportunity. Mr. Subrati, perhaps I'll talk to three options. Can I please switch off the cameras?
Yes, you may. And also as you respond, whilst I got you here, you can also then talk to us about the progress, if any, that has been done in terms of the filling in of the ICASA positions. You were given some tasks at the last meeting, at one of our last meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Subrati. Just to start with the study tour. Honorable members, we have received an email from the Chinese embassy through DECO, informing us of the scheduled National People's Congress two sessions, which is due to take place at the end of March, beginning of April. And the Chinese embassy had welcomed the intention for the committee to visit China and remains ready and available to host us. But unfortunately, they have requested and suggested that perhaps we move our visit to take place mid-year because they would like to give full attention to the committee visit, and at the planned time, they won't be able to do so. We have since looked at the current parliamentary framework as it stands from the 6th of March. And we're making a proposal for the new study tour dates to be the 1st to the 8th of August. The first is on a Saturday, so that would mean the dates include travel dates. That is the update on the international study tour. Perhaps, Chairperson, I'm not sure, Chair, if you want me to move to the next one or you'd want to see if members.
Move to the next one, Teminkosi.
Thank you very much, sir. And then in terms of the ICASA, we had tabled the referral to the committee and we're given a go-ahead to proceed with the advertising, with the processes. We have since published an advert from Friday, the 6th of March. The advert is published in all 11 official languages with a closing date of 27 March. And the advert will be shared with members. It's just that there was quite a lot of documents that members would have received in preparation for this meeting. So I decided to hold back. And then after this briefing, then can then drop those adverts on the WhatsApp group. I have tried to send them via email, but seemingly the files were big. Some members would have, I would have received return email from some members' email. So it's best that we'll share it in the WhatsApp group. The advertisement is also, like I said, it's in 11 official languages. We've used national newspapers, regional newspapers, and to be exact, Chair, about 7 community newspapers in terms of advertisement. Advert will be in the parliamentary websites and all parliament social media platforms. It has been distributed widely in the sector and through our stakeholder databases that we have. That is the second one, Chair. And Chairperson, the third one would be the Netflix invitation, which is scheduled for tomorrow. I've just received a few minutes ago, I've just received a program from Netflix for that visit, which I will share with members. We have made arrangements for transport to depart from Max Buildings at 08:45 tomorrow. And the visit is scheduled to start at 9:30 till 1 o'clock, so that members are then taken back to Parliament and they are able to attend the House sitting. And as I've said, Chairperson, I will share the program, and there's just been one request. I'm not sure, Chairperson, if I may address it here, but there's a requirement in relation to the use of cell phones. So they've requested that we just not get surprised when we arrive there and they want to place stickers on the camera of the cell phones, but they have undertaken to provide the committee with all pictures that they would have taken. Thank you, Chairperson. Those are the 3 matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Temikosi, before you go off the line, so 1st of August, you've explained to us why, and that is why I thought it's important we update members. You updated us in terms of the new proposed dates. We're hoping that our political parties will allow us to travel. So that is another thing because we're going into an election year. So that's the point is noted, members. So please take note of that. The second point, I think it's important for us to clarify. You need to, did you get if you haven't, if honorable members haven't submitted the names of members for the subcommittee, you must please do so, political members. If you can just indicate to us how many members make up the subcommittee, subcommittee for the ICASA subcommittee, and how, Temikosi?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Chair, would like to remind members of those submissions. We still have probably until after the closing date because, Chairperson, we're looking at using the constituency period to capture the submissions that would have received and also then table or perhaps call for the first meeting sometime in the next term, Chair, but in the beginning of the next term. So, Chairperson, the subcommittee, just to remind members again, it's a 7-member subcommittee. We have 3 members from the ANC, 1 from the DA, 1 from the MK party, 1 from the EFF, and usually we get 1 member from the smaller parties, which is, in case of our committee, there'll be a discussion between the IFP and the Patriotic Alliance on which member is going to sit in the subcommittee. But like I had previously indicated, Chairperson, members, especially new members, are still welcome to come and sit in the subcommittee meetings as they are often open to the public and to everyone that would like to attend. I hope I have responded, Chair. And the issue of the date is just the date that we are proposing, Chair. We looked at the Parliament framework. So in the third term, as it starts with an oversight week, which is that week
Okay.
of 4 to the 7th. So it was on those bases, Chair. It is a proposal. If the committee agrees or would want to agree at a later stage on the dates, we can allow members to probably do that, and then but would need to submit a political application soon indicating such changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Temikosi. Last one for you. I looked at the committee of the parliamentary program. Now, the 20th of March, which is a Friday, I think that would be, is it next week Friday? Is indicated as a constituency day on the parliamentary program, which means that no parliamentary work can take place on that day. So, and that day, I think, is the day that is scheduled for the roundtable on the podcast. So maybe offsite, we need to have a conversation around that day, whether that item is still going to take place. As I said, I've observed it's a constituency day, and I think it can't take place. And maybe the suggestion would be to move that to the Tuesday, and then move the Tuesday event, maybe carry that forward to the new term. I think that has to do with the Department of Science and Innovation. We might have to carry that forward. So maybe, Timikosi, you want to look at that, and Secretariat can look at that. Colleagues, I thought it was important before, especially on the study tour, we get that dealt with, and the amendment in the program that might take place because of the 20th. I don't think there's too much of time. It's already 1:45, but may I then propose that the report on the fourth term report on the last item be carried forward to another day so that we are able to internalize and reflect on it when we are fresh. I think honorable members are exhausted. I think it won't be fair for us to reflect on it now. So with your indulgence, members, I don't think there's any other items other than that one on the agenda. I'm going to ask that we adjourn this meeting and carry forward the report till another meeting. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Acting Chairperson, we still have minutes. If you want to carry it over, you can just advise.
Okay. No, we can do the minutes quickly. Hajira, thank you for reminding me that. I thought we would have dealt with that in the beginning.
No,
Let's do
we
minutes.
skipped that. If I can just add before I go to the minutes, Acting Chair,
Sure.
that we are making an application in terms of the 20th of March that you've indicated the roundtable, and the roundtable will be tried to be moved to the 24th of March. In the interim, the joint committee meeting that we were going to meet with the
Science and Innovation
Portfolio Committee of Justice, we will also amend that. I don't have approval as yet. As soon as approval comes back, I'll send the amended program. So the 24th of March would have been the Science and Innovation meeting, and the podcast would take place there now. I'll follow up on the approval. As soon as I have it, I'll send the amended program, Chairperson.
So is next week are we still doing justice on the cybersecurity, the RICA, or are we switching that with Science and Innovation? What are we doing next week?
No,
Tuesday?
we are switching that with a new item. I'm going to read it to you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Next week on the 17th, we were supposed to deal with the Portfolio Committee Justice on the promotion of safety, cybersecurity, and RICA. In its place, we'll be briefing with a briefing by CASA and the Competition Commission on the regulatory conditions, public interest obligations, and compliance requirements imposed as part of the final approval for the following transactions. Number one, the acquisition of MultiChoice by Canal Plus, and the merger between Mazif and Vodacom. That was regarded as urgent by the content advisors. Thank you.
I was hoping you would have moved that Friday afternoon item to the Tuesday. You know, we got an item where the BRP's exit strategy will be doing that on a Friday afternoon. I think the Friday, the 27th. I'm not too sure which Friday. I would have wanted us to move that Friday afternoon slot to a Tuesday. I just find that slot a very difficult slot to deal with critical issues. But maybe we can have that chat out of this meeting here as well. But colleagues, Hajira, let me allow you to take us through the minutes very quickly, please.
Will do, Chairperson. Chairperson, we have minutes Friday, 27th of February, where we dealt with a presentation by DCDT on government reforms and addressing the regulatory gap. We also had a presentation by ICASA on the plan to address technical skills gap and introduce performance-based reskilling programs, a presentation of the tracking tool and the committee legislative framework, and we then had that consideration of our Gauteng oversight report, which we adopted today. Those were the attendance on that day. Second page, also attendance members. Third page was the opening and welcome, and also the opening remarks by the Deputy Minister at that time. We then had our presentations on the government reforms and addressing the regulatory gap, and also the presentation by ICASA on the plan to address technical skills gap. And these were the observations on the following page. And the recommendations I can read fleetingly on the department's governance reforms regulatory gaps. The committee recommended the minister should submit a report providing a risk tier classification of all entities, highlighting those that are financially or operationally distressed, and table a prioritized recovery roadmap with clear timelines for each by the end of April 2026. Provide the committee with finalized implementation schedule and terms of reference for the first formal board assessments under the new performance management framework by the end of March 2026. Institutionalize consequence management and provide the committee with a quarterly report on the status of all forensic investigations, including those initiated, concluded, and the resulted outcome sanctions implemented, with first report by the end of June and quarterly thereafter. Submit a detailed report on the current whistleblower protection mechanisms within the department and its entities, and outline a plan to ensure full compliance and protection for whistleblowers by the end of April. Implement a structured change management strategy across all entities and ensure employee buy-in and communicate with institutional direction and reforms to all level staff. And on ICASA reskilling programs, the committee recommended the minister to ensure that ICASA submits, that ICASA submits a detailed business case that includes a comprehensive skills audit, cost implications, and specific measurable performance targets for its reskilling program for presentation to the committee upon the next appearance after the adoption of the minutes, and ensure ICASA develops and presents an AI regulatory readiness strategy outlining how it plans to build capacity and proactively regulate emerging technologies by the end of May 2026. Prioritize the development of economic regulatory skills within ICASA and provide a clear updated strategy with milestones on how it will use these skills to reduce the cost of communicate by the end of May. Fast track the finalization of the new performance management system for ICASA councillors, ensuring that the evaluation panel includes relevant technical expertise and that councillors' performance agreements are aligned with SMART principles, and report on progress by the end of April 2026, and ensure that the agreements are performance-based contracts with clear disciplinary frameworks. Thereafter, we went on to the tracking tool and the committee legislative framework. There were a few observations on both, and these were the recommendations that on the tracking tool, the Secretariat must ensure that the tracking tool is integrated with possible linkage to parliamentary systems upon completion of the pilot with the committee, and that on the legislative framework, the committee recommended that Parliament researcher content advisors should circulate a detailed discussion document listing possible areas for legislative amendments, including the specific issues regarding online media infrastructure sharing, postal services, etc., by the end of March. a special meeting to be scheduled for the committee to deliberate on the discussion document, prioritize legislative areas for a potential committee bill, and to formally mandate the next steps by the end of April 2026, and that there should be an ongoing engagement with the Department of Communications to ensure alignment with the committee bill process and the initial briefing to the committee within 30 days. There was an update on the international study tour at that time, and we carried over the oversight report to this meeting. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hajira. Colleagues, can I get your assistance for if there's any amendments or proposed changes you want to make to the minutes? If we don't, may I then seek your assistance to have these minutes adopted, please?
Chair, I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable, I think it was Honorable Bodlani. Thank you for that. Honorable Matafa?
I second, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matafa. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you all so much for, I think, a very, very long and very productive portfolio committee meeting in which we dealt with two.
Chairperson, last set of minutes, please.
Oh, one more set.
Yeah, it's not long.
Oh, okay.
Chairperson, our last set of minutes, 3 March, where we dealt with the quarter 1, quarter 2, 2025-2026 quarterly performance of CTAN.ZNA. On the first page, we have our attendance, Chairperson, and then second page as well. We have our opening and welcome, and we have the opening remarks by the Minister. We adopted our minutes on that day, and then we had the representations made by CTAN.ZNA. And we also dealt with the oversight report and carried it over to this meeting. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Hajira. Colleagues, can we adopt these minutes, please? Honorable Matafa?
I move, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Mkhacha?
I second, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleagues. Gyabonga Kakhulu, thank you so much for assisting us to.
Between you and lunch, clearly.
Honorable Bodlani, you're not my actor deputy chair. So thank you so much, colleagues. Let's park it off there, and thank you all for your attendance. It's been a very progressive, important meeting. I think we've done well as a portfolio committee, and let's park it off there. And don't forget to chant in one voice, long live the chair. Thank you so much. This meeting is adjourned.
Pagama, Suprati, Pagama.
Pagama.
Thank you,
Pagama,
honorable members.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.